Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Zelda.
Zaldo.
Zolman.
Zeldorp.
Zeldorp.
Yep.
The Legend of Galactos.
The Legend of Thorak.
The Legend of Matilda.
That's a very different legend.
It's just two very distinct legends.
The Legend of Roland.
I don't even know who that is.
It's on your,
Legend of
character
Polo.
sheet. It's on your character sheet.
What?
Yeah, Roland.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I've never seen this man before in my life.
I don't know what you're talking about. Hello. We are here. We're going to be playing some Zelda today, some Zelda. And there's some things to go over in the beginning. So we're going to start now. Immediately. Here we go. Jumping in. Brah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, no. Hello. We have some changes that have been made on the maps. We'll talk about those in a little bit as they become pertinent. But currently, looking around at the different things that are all around the board here, we have these 3 little cards here. Why only 3? We'll talk about that. But we do have these 3 little cards. One of them, technically, the person hasn't gotten yet. So we will put that in Fomal's section for now. There we go. Fomal can hold that. You know what?
Thank you,
We miss them every day.
Lynn can hold that.
Yeah.
Thank
That
you,
way we can leave Fomal's as actually fucking crazy and evil as possible.
What is this now?
Like, you know what? Technically this fits to be in here. I'm gonna put it in here again. His Fomal can hold it.
Thank you for all.
I think we're gonna have to kill this guy, Clavier.
Damn. Oh, I'll go get the roses.
But there are some other cards here. One of them belongs to Marco, and one of them belongs to Polo.
Oh boy.
If we flip over each of them here,
Oh boy.
we have this one, which is Polo's. Yes. We have the Death Silkworm, Ophi. An oddly clean worm-like monster formed from a pool of resentment and decay. Its form is made up of sensitive silken fibers layered atop one another.
Nice right here.
It seems to use all of its senses through touch. It is always connected with its user's shadow unless dismissed, in which it enters a void-like state and cannot be summoned again until the next midnight has passed. It has +5 on its finesse, instinct, allure, and diligence checks, and a +1 to all other defense. As an action, another tendril can be spawned by using 1 heart. This is not damage, so you can't heal this. You just have to get rid of a heart.
Yeah.
These tendrils can defend or strike at the end of the user's turn, dealing 1d4 of damage to an enemy within 3 squares. The user and or an ally can be cocooned by the tendrils and healed by 2 hearts per tendril at the cost of not attacking on their turns. This does not mean you can't act on your turns, you just can't attack on your turns.
Yeah.
So you have little healy and strikey tendrils that can also maybe defend.
Yeah.
They good. You have to like
Eelworm.
you have to like shape it to like yours, like scale it down if you want. Or you can keep it as big as you want. I don't know. It's up to you.
Yeah, I can scale it down.
And then we have this one, which is pretty important because it is the Master Sword.
Do, 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 do.
The Sword of Evil's Bane. This blade deals an extra 1d6 of damage to any creature whose origin is in demonic malice it touches. So basically any monster or demon. It has a crit range of 19 to 20 unless another source already gives that increased crit, in which it is increased by that other source, meaning it can go to 18 to 20 or even 17 to 20. Speaking of which, while at full health, the user is able to send out a beam of holy energy from the blade that can fire up to 6 squares away and has a crit range of 17 to 20. Unless another source already gives it an increased crit range, at which one is increased by the other source. The blade beam can do big things, big crits.
The Beyblade?
The Beyblade.
I can crit if I get my flying strike off. It can crit on a 16 or higher.
While within 5 feet of a target, both effects can trigger. But if one attack misses, the next attack also misses. So if you swing the sword in melee range and that misses, you can't then blade beam them. But if you hit with the sword, you can attempt to blade beam them. Jason tried using that ability last time, but was missing because they didn't get their advantage. Which, by the way, you don't have because you didn't pull the sword from the pedestal.
Yeah.
You were not the one that pulled the sword out, so you do not get the advantage against dark creatures. However, you also get, while you're within 5 feet of an enemy, you heal 1d4 per round. And that is the Master Sword. You have this here. It's sticking out of your sword hand.
I now have the Master Sword.
Master Sword. It has a little sword in the background.
Yeah.
It's the first one you have like that. It's the first.
It's really cool.
It's the first kind of special card you have like that.
Yeah.
And it's the last.
I mean, I can't imagine I would ever get any more. In fact, this is also technically a temporary card.
Technically, yes. That being said, there's two other things to go. There obviously we can't mess with this one yet. This will be messed with after a certain thing happens. But Gorthos, you were also going to be getting a worldly training this game.
Hey.
You were going to be getting a chance at grabbing a non-racial or non-unique ability from one of your friends. Upon grabbing this, you can take it for yourself, or with this worldly training, you could also increase any of your other abilities. Give any of them an upgrade if you would like.
Yeah.
It is up to you what you would like to do with that, if you've had time to think on it. If you'd like to also hold on, yeah, you can. If you would also like to hold on, we can think on it later. Is that fine?
Yeah, I've just been thinking about it a little bit already, but yeah.
It's up to you. If you're ready now, we can do it now.
Yeah, I
would like to take the Master Sword.
No. It's tempting, but no. I think that I actually kind of want to buff up one of the sorceries.
Either Life of Gorthos or Bonds of Gorthos?
Yeah.
Which one would you like to buff up? I mentioned it to you before whenever you were buffing up your abilities before with your essence, your heroic essence, that you could either increase the amount of uses of a thing, or you could increase something else about a thing. We can talk about which ones those are whenever you decide which one you want to mess with. My phone is being weird. Why are you going off at 8:30? You piece of shit. But yes, for example, we can make Life of Gorthos have another couple of uses. However, you also can use Goddess tokens to replace the uses if you'd like. Or you can use on Bonds of Gorthos to increase it, but you can also use hero points and yada yada yada. So you're good with either of the uses parts. At this point, what would you like to try? What do you mean? If you go to Bonds of Gorthos, maybe we could increase the range for what your thing can do, like make it be like a 1 or 2 and a 19 or 20 instead of just a 1 or 20.
Yeah.
Or we could do like other things. What are you thinking?
I also was thinking about increasing the die sizes.
Increase the die sizes. We could maybe
From
mess with that. Let's
4s.
see. $2 billion. One of the dice increase. Yeah, we could definitely do that. If you want to go from 4s to 6s, we could do that.
And just giving people D6s seems like a fun time.
We could do that. Bloop. Upgrade. Let me go ahead and get you some D6s, my dude.
Yeah. Before any roll.
Don't know where the dice are.
I've forgotten the wording on this. Increase or reduce a roll.
Yes.
So I can either buff, add to, or subtract from a total.
Yes. As long as
Okay.
that roll is made in your presence. You can't do it like from like if somebody's in another room from you or anything like that.
Yeah. I have an aura of the same room. All right. Yeah. I think doing that doing for and against is very fun.
Let's go ahead and get rid of these freaking caltrops. No caltrops for you.
Goodbye, caltrops.
No more Forthoses.
Nope.
But yeah, good job.
Gone
good
but
job.
not forgotten.
Speaking of the Forthos, I'm going to roll a different Forthos over here. We're going to see who's going to tell us about what happened last game.
Okay.
Gorthos will be 4 because Forthos. Marco will be 2 because the Master 2.
Because I wielded 2 Master Swords.
Sure, yeah. Roland will be 1 because they are missing 1 card, and Polo will be 3 because
process of elimination.
tentacles. We did it.
They only have 1.
4. Gorthos, what happened last time?
Last time we were kind of all recovering and reeling from the catastrophic events that had transpired not long before. With Vati falling into the expanse, and the expanse drying up like so many oases in the desert. And the fact we have a new traitor prisoner who, for the first time I've seen in a long time, have some common fucking sense and just peacefully surrender.
Dude, you guys basically took him out in 1 turn after he ran in. He's like, nah.
Yeah.
Life.
I know,
life,
he's so
life.
sensible. He's such a reasonable individual. So not necessarily in the same order, but the series of events that happened where Polo and Marco having a talk with the trader, try and glean information, while Adam stood there menacingly, which is his default state. It's not really, you can just assume he's always menacing someone. Ronan checks on Rudon and Obera. Rudon is plumb tuckered out because they just straight up disarmed a man.
They got attacked by a big centipede.
That too. They're tuckered out. They crippled a man and also got attacked by a demon centipede. It's just a busy day, and they're only like 3 or something. But their amazing accomplishments notwithstanding, they're tuckered out, and much like many of the spellcasters in the room, they got fucked up. They got fucked up from whatever the hell Vati did with their mental shit. But they're slowly recovering. They may or may not have access to magic. It's kind of debatable. And Obra now has to actively concentrate on the delayed fire blast in the manor room now. Which, in all honesty, the fact they've been able to do that without having to concentrate this entire time is pretty impressive. Wizards are scary.
Good job, Fishwife.
Hell
Yep.
yeah.
But besides the magical beings needing recovery and the fact we're reeling from Jason and Matilda, who is also maybe Jason and also Matilda, falling into the goddamn space hole, we tried to reconvene near the bridge room, where we're all trying to just kind of come to terms and make sense of what's been going on here and breathe, because holy shit, a lot fucked up, a lot of things. Argo barely survived thanks to our efforts of ensuring he doesn't die outright, which I'm pretty certain would have actually happened if we did not take those precautions.
There was
Like,
a high
objectively.
chance. There was a very
There's
high
like a-
chance.
Listen, 99% is a high chance in anything. Some were slower to wake up than others. 2 of our ghost friends were fading into the ether. So we, through a series of events, managed to awaken Argo to aid in us preventing that. Not that we have a terribly deep connection to them, we just don't want to see even dead things die here because we worked so fucking hard to prevent deaths here. And learned of a new kind of potion, a bone meal potion, which is neat. It's apparently for undead.
Really good on Gorthos.
Apparently, I wonder if I can grow my limbs back that got disintegrated, but we'll worry about that later. But to do that, we needed the aid of Argo and also of Aga, who, for the last 13 to 15 hours, has not just been awake, but angry at the fact they've been stuck into the endless void of the inside of those cards that Clarity lended to us.
They could just hear everybody being attacked, and they're like, "I'm here. I can help."
Let me in, coach. Fortunately for her, the coach was Pika. Pika's a fucking dipshit. But it did end up saving Aga from having Avati do whatever he did. Despite his missing arm, when we find him, I'm sure we're going to turn him into a pretzel. But that's a later time for us to have sweet, sweet vengeance. For the moment, we managed to save and also, once again, prove Aga's worldviews are incorrect and they need to start expanding their horizons of what can and can't be in this world, which is always funny for me to look at.
It's always Argo.
It's always also Argo, yes. this little fucking forest shit.
All the mages are just like, but we know magic. We train magic all the time, and Argo's like, I am magic.
Yeah.
Also, I'm probably older than all of you.
I'm probably older by all of you by at least 18 millennia. Time is weird in the Lost Woods. At any rate, some talks and some plans were laid out. Just things we're trying to figure out, like what the next best course of action is. Ivori had a chance to yell at Gorthos for almost killing himself to try and save her, as if that was a surprise to anybody. That would be something that would have transpired if the chance occurred, and it did.
Poor Ivori.
Yep. Don't worry, she's gonna suffer a little bit more before the session's over.
All right.
Yeah, you think I forgot? I didn't.
I forgot.
Good. Poma, obviously, is as grateful and happy as ever to just build a little shack next to the stairs and not be bothered by people, even though they super like being around people and like having these new things happen, like the bone meal shit happening in like record time, and they won't admit it because every fucking like Poe or Gerudo person is probably like a complete dick like that. Or tsundere, whatever you want to call them. In any case, as happy and healthy as we can be, we decided to interrogate the traitor Sheikah more. Where he learned a few things. One, he's not a very high up confidant, but he did get stationed in the old Forager Cave where Marco had to run for his life, and also how we broke the space-time continuum to unfuck Dominant and the crew, which is pretty fun. And apparently the moblin in there, which from the descriptors makes me think it's less and less of a fucking moblin, we get a first-hand recounting of how fucking scary it is, and how it's probably something parallel, at least, to Ganon. Pretty fun. And also is obsessed with forging weapons and equipment, and then throwing it down a hole. Which, I was pretty sure it was just Ganon until that was brought up, because that doesn't sound right. But apparently it meanders around, now and then. Just travels at night. Looking for shit and bringing it back. I'm sure if there was something in its way, it would have been obliterated. Because apparently that thing is so dangerous and scary that this traitor Sheikah is convinced that it would die instantly if they tried to fuck with it in any way. Because while being a mindless moblin is also terrifyingly intelligent. Paradoxical, to say the least. But in any case, they now understand they were on the wrong side of history and can see through their masters' bullshit. As this Vati guy promised power, and while he did give power, he took away all of their natural gifts for the arcane arts. Sad. But this guy is super fast now. That's pretty sick. And he's offered to help in exchange for us not butchering him. Which, of course, we wouldn't do. We're good people, and we keep our word. Yeah. Until you cross us, in which case you will then be drawn and quartered.
Oh.
But it's if you betray us, you see. Now, he wants to rescue a Donu spy that was dressed up like a dark nut, and Eve. They're being held captive. Who Eve was pretty chill, apparently. That was interesting. Mostly because Aghanim and Vati have no reason, apparently, to have ever bothered. So who gives a shit?
Yeah, the main thing going on with EU, just to make sure it's not forgotten, is that they are drawing demon blood from them, but he says that that is not necessary because they have more demon blood than they could ever use. So they
Which
are
is
literally
not
supposed to be there.
Yeah, which is excessively bad.
Which was one of the first
fact,
things that tipped him off that he was on the wrong side.
Yeah, demon blood is not,
way.
much like pure malice. Demon blood is not to be trifled with. And apparently the moblin, like to quench the metal, the weapons and equipment in the blood of demons, which you don't just do that. It's not that easy. You gotta prep things for that. It's not a good. It's old techniques. That's old school shit, and it just does it all the time. So that's not good. So there's a lot of demon weapons probably meandering around now. That's probably pretty good for everybody involved. But in any case, we know that the Sheikah will come back around eventually, as they can pretty much track us anywhere, because Sheikah are just like that. But they will let us know when the cave is empty if we want to go spelunking in there to, try and find some stuff in there to probably help unfuck everything, because there's some stuff in there from Gortha's old forge that probably shouldn't be left lying around if it's still in. Among other things, obviously. But Vati and Aghanim, they're fucking somewhere, usually. Who fucking knows where now? They seem to have packed up and moved along. Well, at least Aghanim. Vati fell through the hole, so who knows? I can only hope it was a rough landing. But at the end of it all...
Vati lands in Navi.
Yep. Near the end of it all, though, we found Polo during the whole thing, did find some more use of her new little friend. Like the ability to hover around. Pretty neat. And also the fact that if it gives you a big old hug, you should let it just hug you, because it will fucking heal your wounds, even though it feels weird, because it's like a weird, dark creature. So that was fun for a little bit. But ultimately, what we ended off on was the actual secret of what's in the big vault. And it was the Cooper clan's treasury. I mean, Gorthos's memory treasury. Because in this fucking vault was memorabilia, pictographs, replicas, items of nostalgia from the very start of the Gorthos's hero's journey up until the last time he was put in the box. And I do mean everything, including a very special pictograph of a very special person that he is now going to proceed to taunt his sister with.
I love that that's the thing. I love that out of everything you got in there, it's like, nah, Fabio.
Well, there's a lot in there. But as you can see, Gorthos needs some happiness, because this has been nothing but pain and misery for the last 24 hours.
Nah, we need Fabio.
But jokes aside, even replicas of Link's and Zelda's old attire from the Forever Agos, which is pretty cute. And obviously pictures of the 100 heroes and all, of which I wonder how many of those faces were actually the ones that stabbed us in the back. But that's ponderings for another time.
Not most of them. A few.
Yeah. They probably should hope they're dead now. Because if they're not, that's a problem for him.
Apparently one's not.
I'm gonna fucking twist him in half. You know how you get, it's like those soft candies and just kind of twist and just kind of pull. I'm gonna do that like taffy. It'd be great.
But yes, that is essentially what went down last time. you guys were able to get all that stuff done. You guys also now have a decision to make on what you guys want to do next. You guys do remember that you had said that you would help with the subjugation of the bird-like, the rock demon-like monster
Right, I forgot.
in the forest. However, now you have learned that apparently that demon rock, that large rock that's in the forest, is actually kind of protecting Demise, which, you know, is a bad thing, but it's also stopping Demise from going back to the Moblin or something. You don't really understand that. On the one hand, it's like, that's bad. On the other hand, the rock is still probably killing a lot of things in the forest, including Koroks and Kokiri.
Yeah, so it needs to die. It needs to die.
But if it dies...
If it dies, it dies. Honestly, there's literally no avoiding that it needs to die. Okay, it's unavoidable at this point.
You guys can decide what you guys want to do. You guys also know that from the idea that you have of where Koro would be, probably he would be somewhere that he could return to you guys within the next day. So you guys need to be ready for that as well if you guys plan to go there. And obviously you guys just heard from the boy over here that going toward that thing is what he's going to do once you guys decide wherever you're moving. And you also need to get him some new clothes, because you said you would, because he's like, I don't want to wear the demon blood soaked Sheikah fabrics. By the way, that's what this is.
Now we know what it is. We understand now. It's just Sheikah weaving demon blood. It's fucked.
Technically monster blood, but yes.
Monster blood.
Yes, as all of these things have now become revelations for you, and currently there is still a knocked out Master Rova over by Magic Frog. All of you guys would see Gorthos making their way back. The tendril would release Marco looking shinier and cleaner than ever.
I wasn't even hurt.
Why did it do that?
In the health way, I wasn't even hurt. There are other ways I'm hurt, but come on.
Yes.
I have the Master Sword. Why did it do that?
Well, the Master Sword doesn't heal you unless there's an enemy nearby. But yes, all of you guys are here. Gorthos has something behind his back and walking toward all of you. Take it away.
So you went back there, huh?
Yes.
What'd you find?
Memories. So very many.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? That makes sense. If it's memories.
Memorabilia and such things from forever, since we all started. And one thing that caught his eye very much in particular.
Oh, yeah? Was it like a weapon, or was it like a piece of armor that you saw that could be helpful, or
Oh, it's helpful for raising Gorthos' spirits. Would you all like to see Ivori's gallon as he pulls out the pictograph of Fabio?
What's that supposed to mean?
He pulls out a picture of an extremely attractive bird boy.
I'm very confused. What this has to do with Garland?
On the one hand,
What?
He has what appears to be a feathered rapier that seems to be sweeping through the air. The obviously artistic depiction that the artist would have added to the pictograph image afterwards. And in the other, you would find what appears to be a small violin or lute that he was either playing with the rapier or just holding for the image. Who knows?
It depended on his mood most of the time.
There is a nice plume of feathers around his upper chest, that plumes outward from his nice fabrics that he seems to be wearing. That seems to be something of Hylian royalty, or even some other kind of draperies that he has brought in for this occasion. Almost looks like the feathers plume out to be almost like an ascot of sorts. You find that several feathers on his hair line, like the hairline where a normal hair would be, seem to sweep down, but don't cover his eyes, but more curl away at the points.
I mean, he is rather gallant looking.
Ah,
don't-
pretty flirt. I see.
Huh?
He
Yes,
does
he
kind
was.
of give that vibe.
Last time Gorthos was here, there was a statue of him. You should visit that tribe town someday. Once they're not, shoot on sight. At least.
That's a good plan. Speaking of, he hasn't come back yet.
Hmm.
Hold on. She would remember his name, but I don't remember
Seven.
shit. 7.
Oh, fucking. Oh, right, yeah.
He went
Oh,
to go
Mr.
check
Seven.
for anything outside and hasn't come back yet.
You guys told him to go and check on that camp that you saw around the area. He would have been gone
Yeah.
for a while because of that.
Yeah.
Right, camp.
Because that was still like a day's travel by your guys' carriage. For him, probably just a couple of hours, but it's only been a couple of hours technically.
Yeah.
Because he's searching all around the area, so he's probably searching around Spectacle Rock.
This man's completely missed everything that just fucking happened.
It's important that he's
Damn it,
reconnaissance.
Sasuke!
Damn it, Birdskay.
You could have
Well.
helped.
Well,
Even Adam showed up to help. He wasn't even here and didn't know something was happening.
Classic Birdskay.
but yes, his giddiness aside, this was someone who more than earned the right to be memorialized.
Apparently, he was
Oh,
known
I
as the
see.
greatest of all Rito heroes.
Ah, she must have been one of many admirers.
Yes. But she was the favorite.
Ah, I see.
Oh. So was he like her lover of sorts?
She will never tell him. But
Oh.
he could always make inferences based wholly on absolutely nothing.
Oh, so she only pined for him.
Hmm.
It's tragic.
It is. Well, who's going to torment her with this then?
I guess it is very sibling-like to torment one another.
Orthos is nothing but a loving brother.
Says,
So am
says
I.
Polo with only a slight bit of trauma.
A pinch of trauma.
It's just like it's just for fun. Yeah.
I quench.
Are you going to make a bet too?
Are you gonna not talk to her for 16 years?
I mean, you haven't talked to her in almost hundreds, so you're already checked out.
I was in a box, thank you.
We still don't know
Jesus.
exactly who put me in that box.
Again, that instant vault is filled, ceiling to floor, for every wall, left, right, and center, full of memorabilia.
Hmm.
He genuinely hopes to show you all, actually. Soon. Maybe not now, but soon. He's even already cleared out a little spot for his motions to the three of them. Our escapade.
Aw.
Lovely.
Once this is all over, we'll take plenty of pictographs and fill it to the brim.
As Gorthos starts undressing Marco to take his clothes to the inside. No, I'm playing.
No, I need them.
What to do?
What? What? Right in front of my salad. Right,
Flail.
right in front of poor Ophi.
Oh yeah, you named it that.
Mm-hmm.
Ophi wouldn't know. Ophi'd have to touch them first.
Ophi's all about touch.
I have learned
Joe-
quite a. Oh, sorry. You go first.
No, please.
Oh, I was merely saying I have learned quite a bit of our new companion as of late. I don't know. I'm not going to assume its gender, since it is simply a crawling undead creature born of the abyss of malice. But it is called Ophi, and they have healing properties. I think Ophi might, while not as well as Galen did, might be able to fill some of the gaps in terms of our lack of healing capabilities among all of us. Although they're,
Would it really go out of its way to aid us in such manner?
I mean,
It just
if
did.
you ask them nicely,
You didn't think you could leave the cave?
it seems to be pretty attached to my shadow. So I think there is some nuance to it.
Oh, it's one of those situations.
Gorthos, you do
Classic.
look back toward the abyss behind you, and you do still see the silken monster around this area. You're,
He just, like, turns
you're
and he, like,
decently
looks over.
sure that either Polo only has a piece of this monster, Polo has a maybe a spawn of this monster, or Polo is legitimately connected to this monster. One of those three things are correct. You're not sure which one.
He just like looks. He just like looks into the abyss for a second, then turns back to them. Surely it'll be a beneficial situation for everyone and will not backfire.
I mean, it seems to be quite amicable. Its healing methods are a little bit unorthodox and might be scary at first, but just let it happen and trust the method.
As you're talking,
I
as
want
you're
to work on your pitch.
as you're talking about it, it just sort of curls around Polo and lifts them up slightly. So Polo is literally just floating.
Well then,
Huh? No, it's okay. It's part of the method. I don't need healing, Ophi. I am quite fine. Thank you.
Pretty sure Morgan has books about this kind of thing.
malice creatures that live in the chasms of this abyss.
Sure.
I mean, let's see. I don't think I don't think there's anybody here who would be a willing participant. Marco, are you injured in any sort of way?
No, and it already did.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, it did.
If you want, Gorthos, you can go speak to Evori about this, and you might need some healing
Go
soon.
ahead and swallow me up. Yeah.
Do not do that.
I mean, I don't think it will actually devour Aster, but it might be a good. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Aster is then cocooned. You guys see a slight orangish red light coming from the folds of the creature. It does not look as if it even. It does not look like it is even occupied with Aster, because Aster is so tiny.
It's just a softball size, a softball with like a light inside of it.
Eventually,
Well, that's kind of
eventually,
a
you guys hear a
remembered
slight
title.
snoring coming from inside.
Of course. Does nothing for their tiredness.
We need to get her more food.
Yes.
You're pretty sure that the curse is completely gone from them. They're just
Yeah.
She's
really
just
sleepy.
narcoleptic.
She just has narcolepsy.
Or we could
She's
find
just
the
really
other shots of her.
excitable at some points of the day, and then for like 80% of the day, she's this.
She's a cat.
Food.
She's a cat. Yes.
I
we
don't know
probably.
about keeping her in there, though. Apparently, she's a great fairy, right?
I mean, if it was doing any damage, she would be wide awake. But it simply just comes off lightly, like this, and just starts slightly pulling off some of the silk, and then Aster's again.
Aster
There's Aster.
just sort of plops out a bit and just lazily floats over and lands on Polo again.
See,
Hmm.
it's rather harmless actually, and honestly, maybe Aster's energy levels might find some remedy if we find the shards of her somehow.
I wouldn't even know where to begin with that.
Yeah,
Exactly, I
still
wouldn't
don't even
either.
really understand most of that.
Yes.
I mean,
It's
possibly the Lost Woods, which we got to go to anyway at some point.
we should see if that fountain is accessible to us yet or not.
We know that one of those two sages was sucking the energy out of them, so it's probably still with them. I'm pretty sure that was happening there.
If you think that,
Possibly.
then that is most likely Aghanim, because you know that Aghanim was the one walking with them.
Yeah, Aghanim.
First Aghanim, now Vati. What other shade of his past are going to show up unexpectedly?
A random sword flies in. Well, everyone, time to die! It is I, Gidahim!
Fucking, oh my god.
He put you in the forever box. Get back in there.
It's just him. It's not like some descendant or other version of him. It's just the guy.
Token and everything.
Skyward
It's just
Strike!
you. You have to get Tristan for that. You have to get Tristan specifically for Girahim.
So what
One
do we?
Took
What's
the
up?
power of a god, and the other took the Great Fairy's powers.
They seem to want to resurrect the demon god king.
They're
Of some
also
mind.
apparently trying to do things with the Zora leader, right? They're the ones that told them, or eventually told them about the ritual. Well, they told Koro, and then Koro told them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That
No, you first.
dealing with the king and the Gorons and the damned city is yet another thing we need to look to solving.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we want to like make a list real quick and like pick which one we go for first before we
We'll
head
make-
off
If
to
we
Desert Town?
look, if we look
will.
over at the map, the big
Yes.
things you guys know.
What's
First
our
off,
list?
the big things you guys know. First off, is that over here was the undead city. You guys have been told about that for a while. I will tell you guys this now. Upon you guys learning how to do the bone meal potion, there is literally no reason to go there.
Okay, cool.
As far as the damned city is concerned, which is Ranya, one of the
Yes,
big
that
things you
one.
guys could have learned from there is about Jason's past, because they apparently were from there. You guys already know Jason's past. It is completely irrelevant to go there now. The biggest problem with this place is that there are armies outside of their place that are
Yeah.
planning on destroying it. So most likely
Yeah.
going to the armies instead of going to the damn city now.
Yeah, dealing with that
yeah.
whole debacle.
Over Nya, apparently there is several problems here in the desert. Obviously, there is the rock that is
Forest.
going around and
You mean the
attacking.
forest?
My bad. There is apparently the rock that's going around that is attacking the Kokiri city, and all of the Koroks are still currently mindless in the forest.
The slime is still a problem.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So there is the slime, which still exists, but is somewhat tamed from what you guys know. There is the rock, and of course there is Demise, who is in there, which Apollo can feel at all points, and could, again, I mentioned while they're in the forest, they could easily find them at any point. They could literally just walk straight up to him.
Yeah, I can retrieve your demise.
As far as other places are concerned, you guys have already settled things over Nya with the Death Mountain. Currently, all of your allies are stationing themselves over by Hateno for reasons. They are all currently rebuilding the city. At the moment, the biggest craziness that seems to be going on is in the desert. Because you guys know, first off, because it would have been mentioned to you guys by Gallon, specifically to Polo by Gallon, that Clavier apparently can't get to Vol Circuit. That is something that is happening somewhere around the northern part of the desert. You guys don't know exactly where Vol Circuit's area is, but you do know that there is a shard of the Golden Light, apparently somewhere in the northern desert / the northern mountains there. So there is still that. Also, there is still the shard of golden light you guys know that's in the desert, which you guys are sort of thinking is in the hands of the Gerudo Queen. Not to mention there is also the oasis there that apparently used to have a goddess, but now currently is in Ronin. And also, obviously, your himbos have been captured, and they're all there.
Our himbos and goddess have been captured.
Where's Rocket's token?
Somewhere.
Rocket's probably
Go get him.
Rocket should probably be there.
Rocket is definitely in there with him. I just haven't put his token in there. Where are you?
Yeah,
Rocket?
no.
Where's your token? You little guy. You little guy. You little rocket. You rockety
probably-
rock
There's
rough.
Blaze.
Here he
There
is.
he is. We found him at the same time. So Rocket, as well as the Mortal Goddess, as well as Vega, are all in the desert currently. Koro and the Bandit Queen are making their way to them. What else? There is one final thing, which is the fact that you guys know that there are now prisoners over by the Aryan Death Mountain. You guys know to be the Great Forge, or Gorthos's Forge. You're decently sure those prisoners are at least Eve and that Donu. However, it could also be Mateus being there. Because you guys know that Mateus was also one of the demons that were taken, but seemingly is not currently present. There is still a Sheikah going around wearing his face. That is currently all the things going on.
Oh yeah, that guy is still around, huh?
Yep.
I almost assumed it was this dude.
Funny that.
There's also, what do we want to do about Jason?
Yes, currently there is also Jason down in the thing. You guys have to find some way to let them continue their fight with the centipede. Last time you were there, you were pretty sure that the ice was not melting, if it's ice or if it's something else. But there is the delayed blast fireball there, which means that if Obra has anything that drops their concentration, that will most likely be gone, which currently would mean a great blow would not be dealt to the centipede.
Yeah.
If you guys would like to try to go there now and inspect it, you guys definitely can. But currently, you guys do not have any ideas on how to actually get through that. Which may mean talking to Obra and having Obra not go into too many dangerous situations.
Question, Deco.
What's that?
When it comes to the delayed blast fireball and it being a spell, could Obra put it in me and keep it going without having to concentrate on it?
Potentially. However, most likely what would happen there is that you would be able to then cast that spell, but you would most likely, unless there's a big like dice roll there, which I would definitely have you try, most likely that means you would be casting it at base.
Okay. I figured I'd just ask.
Yeah. However, that is still a way to get it off of her concentration if you really wanted Obra to go with you to certain places like this. That being said, Obra is also a River Zora, so taking her into the desert has other problems as well.
Yeah. They will turn to dust.
Yeah.
Not to dust, but definitely bad.
A raisin.
A raisin.
Desiccation.
She'll become shriveled up like your hands in water.
But except ironically without the water.
Yeah.
The final thing you guys know is obviously in 1 month's time, or a little bit less than that now, the temple at the top of the Spectacle Rock, which is depicted over here, will open, allowing Polo and their brothers to go in, and the rest of you if you guys would like to aid them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
The last thing you guys can really think on is there is still the question of the prophecy that was given to Ronan about the 3 gems that he still hasn't figured out. For some reason, he was told to gather those 3, but he is unable to do so yet because you guys only have the 2.
Yeah, the king has the last one, which is why I was kind of being like, do we want to like go for the king? Do we want to go to the Lost Woods? Do we want to inspect Jason's thing?
All of
Like,
these
which of those
things
things?
are equally as prevalent. but also you guys can teleport to any of these places almost basically at will at this point. So only thing you can't is the desert yet, and that's currently being worked on by Koro.
Yeah.
Kuro's being a good boy.
I feel like the Jason thing is something we could go in and either fix it now or realize we can't, and then
Maybe get some idea on how to undo it.
If you guys would like to go down there, it is literally as easy as walking out the door and basically being down.
I'm wondering if we should maybe even consider splitting up.
That is definitely something you guys can try. You guys do know, especially when it comes to a bunch of these things, unless you guys are expecting a fight, which the only way you guys will be doing that is by going into the forest or by going toward the king, that being separated is most likely not going to hurt you that much.
Mm-hmm.
That way we can probably knock out some of the smaller things.
Okay.
Because we'd at least be a group of 2.
Who would go where? I mean, I'm invested in doing the Jason thing.
I'll also bring up that the Jason thing most likely would not take that long.
We could all do that first, and then once again look over all the other tasks that we need to accomplish, and then maybe consider splitting into 2 groups. As long as none of us run into any sort of violent conflict, we should not all need to be present, should we?
Yeah.
It could also give some of these guys here some time to rest in case you guys need them for anything. Currently, most of the mages here are either unconscious or flailing about a bit at their magic, having been somewhat limited. If you guys would like to destroy any of the mages here, you probably can now. Go ahead. Except for Aga. Aga will probably kick your ass.
Adam, it's time.
Adam just looks to everyone, brings out the spear.
The spear takes over once more as it was waiting for this opportunity.
He has a spear in one hand and the tiny sword in the other. But no, would you guys like to go to Jason?
Yes.
Bring Oprah as well.
You know, definitely.
I'm pretty sure my big form is kind of fine being a pile right now.
Currently, having had a little bit of time to look it over, because it again has been like an hour or so since everything, you do know that going into this form is currently not good. It
not
is
advisable.
It is currently, several bits of it have dusted, making it very unstable. You could get in it, but even walking, you're worried that might collapse certain parts of it.
It reminds me of when we all first met, except Polo, that was later. He's fine like this. It's been a while since he had a wizard spells to spin, so.
You know, Polo, whenever I first met you, there was also a tendril-like being that was taking hold of you, and now you have one.
Your other body would still have the that mask that your brother left behind, right?
Margin's mask. One of those is fairly certain he's already picked up his bag.
Okay.
Yes.
Because that might be handy where we're going.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps. Let's see here.
I have no idea what it does, but only one way
in
to
his
find out.
experience, well, putting on magically inclined masks from the Song of Healing is not always advised.
You mean the Song of Gorthos?
That's what I meant to say. Maybe we'll have a moment. Song of Gorthos has interesting effects when it comes to people and masks. Do not put that on yet. Maybe ever.
Is there a way we can find out what it does without putting it on?
We can maybe see what kind of magical effects it has with the Minuet of the Forest.
Oh yes, we have that into our disposal now. He's still getting used.
Oh yeah. I think good.
So the magic satchel, actually, I think he's gonna put the Majin mask in there.
Okay.
But he's gonna obviously pull it out for this shit. Let's
Would
see
you
what
would
they
you like to do the short excerpt with Z and try to attempt to see if there's anything you can glean from it?
Sure. Yeah. Let's go.
It would take you guys around half a minute because there's two of you. As you guys play the small excerpt of the Minuet of the Forest, you do find that there is some magical energies obviously coming from this. No demonic or monstrous energy, which is somewhat shocking to you considering what it's from. However, again, it being cleansed by the Song of Gorthos is most likely the reason for that. As you look it over, it does appear to have some kind of time-like magic, similar to the ocarina, similar to the time stone you guys had gotten from the temple. But other than that, nothing else really comes from it. The only thing else you can sort of awaken from it is that there is some kind of physical boost from it, but you can't gain much knowledge of that right here. But what you can tell is it's not cursed or anything.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's do anything bad necessarily. It doesn't feel like it's cursed or anything.
Oh man.
I'm sorry, Marco.
It's a good thing, Marco.
Aw, shucks. Aw, darn.
Oh,
No.
darn.
But if there's no negative effect, I think as they're making their way, as obviously we're like making our way downtown.
Yeah.
I think Gorthos might put on Majin's mask.
I'm very glad you're in this body and doing this.
Cool, magic stuff. Let's go.
As you place the mask upon yourself, you do notice that the mask itself is very easy to place upon. It does not have a way to hold on to yourself. However, it sort of just does that on its own.
Just like the Kokiri mask, it's fine.
Yes. As it lays upon your face, you do, however, feel that same kind of timey-like magic, from, similar to the time stone that you have, as well as the ocarina of time in your possession. However, as far as the boost that you feel from it, you feel that there is a boost to your magic and your spirit while you're wearing this.
Oh, what?
You gain a +1 to your magic and a +2 to your spirit.
See, I have matching spirit and magic for the first time.
Let me get
You
you
sure
a
do.
let me get you a token for this.
Make it Majin color.
I do not know how to do that.
Don't worry
with,
about that.
with how we do things here.
Oh, geez.
Hello, another Gorthos sheet.
There's two of him now.
I'm gonna do a very brief description of it. And again, it currently looks as if it is similar to the stones that you had seen covering the centipede whenever you were. Oh, you made, there are two of them now. I didn't mean
I
to
thought
do that.
two.
Delete. All right.
Cool.
Bloop. What is this? Get out of here, heat lantern. Get in the hand.
All right, wrong spot.
But yes, that is the Majin mask. It is currently a +1 magic, +2 spirit thing. You do not know the actual skills of it quite yet, but it is very much a it is very much giving you a sense of bolstering your magic.
Gorthos feels he's more dangerous now.
You guys would make your way because you said you were doing this on your way there.
Yeah.
Out the door here to basically teleport yourselves to the Demon Castle, the Demon Manor. As you guys would get to the Demon Manor, you guys would go straight down into the area where Vol Circuit was, and then walking straight past that into the large dice room that you guys see here. Currently, the large dice room is still available. It is still there. However, there is a change to this place. As you guys look around at it, you notice upon getting here, there does appear to be signs of a battle here.
Mhm.
You find that there are several scratches throughout the crystalline structure in front of you where the D20 is sitting. And as you look onto the ground, there is a broken weapon that looks very similar to a Sheikah weapon. As you look through, Polo, you in particular would notice this. There appears to be the smell of demon blood on the ground. I would like you to roll me for your instinct to see if you recognize the smell.
Yeah, there's there's a little bit of like a scrunching of her nose and. Okay, 1 sec. $11 and 15 with an instinct of 2, so it's 17.
You get the sense as you guys make your way forward and look around where this is, that there was a battle from at least 4 individuals in this place, 3 of which you have no idea who they were. However, the last, Polo, you do recognize as you smell from the demon blood on the ground what appears to be the smell of Mateus. Or Medeus, my bad.
Modeus?
Yes.
I was gonna say, like, you kept saying Mateus, and I was
I'm
like,
so dumb.
he doesn't mean
I
Mateus.
keep saying that. It's just Modeus, my bad.
Modeus.
Modius.
There definitely was some sort of conflict here that involved Mr. Modeus, and 3 other scents that I do not quite recognize, but they are all demonic in nature.
From what you can tell, Gorthos, looking at the dice in front of you, again, not dice, but you know what I mean. There are scratches and what appears to be slight chunks missing from it, as if someone had been attacking it.
The dodecahedron.
So the broken Sheikah weapon.
There is a broken Sheikah weapon on the ground. You see what appears to be almost like a needle or a pick, large, like a sewing, like almost like a not a sewing needle. What are those big needles?
They're, I mean, do they know not that far off from a sewing needle?
Yeah, basically.
They're just big sewing needles.
Yeah. It's just like a big needle. It seems to be like a big needle. That seems to be made, from what you guys can tell upon seeing it as much as you guys have recently. Definitely the same kind of Sheikah metals you guys are used to.
They were trying to take chunks out of the dodecahedron. They may have taken some. Why was Medeus fighting me? Who was he fighting? Can he still activate the thing?
Would you guys like to try?
Yeah.
Currently, the members, the people holding the Triforce are the ones that can use it.
Rotho's hands someone with the ether medallion for charging purposes.
Would the 3 of you like to step up?
Yes.
Sure.
Polo?
Yeah.
Wouldn't this be the first time Polo has done the charging?
Yes.
Oh,
You
hell
might feel
yeah.
a slight tingling sensation.
Yes, get out of here.
Okay.
As you guys would make your way up to it, the first thing you guys would feel is that there is almost a seemingly leakage of energy happening here. The 3 of you, upon stepping onto the pedestal, which you guys normally use to mess about with this, Ronan and Marco, you guys would note immediately a difference. There's almost like a small maelstrom of energy going around in circles right now, while this thing is, again, just sitting here completely still. Would you like to try to activate it?
Yeah.
Yes.
I would like the 3 of you to roll me for your magics, please.
Okay.
Bit.
Nope. I break it.
Oh. That is a 7 with a 3 magic. That is a 10.
And there's an 18.
Marco carries the hell out of this. As you guys,
I trick it into thinking that I'm magical.
as you guys immediately look as if you're starting to get pushed away, However, Marco, as you are attempting to do this, as you are trying your best, you also feel slightly like you're getting pushed. However, you feel the strength inside of you, the connection to Vol Circuit even seem to somewhat act up. And upon doing so, you step forward. There is almost a shift in demonic energy around the area, as you seem to give a sort of authority about things that allows you to take charge. And the three of you do roll the dice. One of you roll it.
Not me.
Not me. Not me.
I guess I'll do it.
No, I can roll it.
9.
You find that the ether medallion is somewhat recharged. It does go from having basically no charges to having 5 charges.
Ooh.
Oh.
You say no charge when this thing is primed to nuke somebody.
Shall we keep going and maybe even try to charge up the Quake Medallion?
Currently, you guys know that you cannot try it on the ether medallion again.
Shall we
Not the
try?
Quake one.
Yes, the
Shall we
Quake
try
medallion
charging
can.
the Quake Medallion?
I know that we haven't changed the Quake medallion's description, but you know, it's still down to 1 use. Would you like to roll this thing again?
You're literally carrying 2 genuine nuke bombs
Yeah,
in our
you are.
pockets.
Yeah, we are.
Roll
Fuck
it.
the bomb bag, medallion bag.
We get
Come on. Oh.
Oh, it was so close to the 20.
You will gain 2 back, so you are at 3 with the Quake.
Better than
medallion.
nothing.
Better than nothing. As
Better
you
than
guys,
One day, we'll have the Quake Medallion description.
as you guys feel that currently that is all you can do with these 2 medallions. Maybe if you bring it back tomorrow, you can try again. Currently, they are slightly charged. You're feeling, Marco, as well as the others, that there is something wrong with this thing. The last time you guys used it, it did seem to give off a lot more energy. You're only getting half of what you usually get.
Someone broke our crystal.
Ronan, do you think you could do one of your songs again to see what else happened in here?
I could, yeah, I could try.
So obviously we'll see the 2 uses of this just now, but I'm sure it should be able to tell what happened when it got scratched up, right? Because I'm feeling it
maybe.
too. There's weird magic.
There are lots of times that I think it would do what I want and then it doesn't. So we'll see. And I will play the Minuet of Forest again, see if there's anything that can be gleaned.
You can definitely do such a thing. As you and Z end up once again doing a duet for the Minuet of the Forest. As you play through it, you do find what appears to be, as you guys look off and around, Ronan is walking around the area to try to get a clear picture of everything that went down. What appears to be 3 individuals walking down from the entrance you guys just came from. As they walk down from that entrance, they seem to walk around looking off and about at the different areas. Until they do find themselves going down to the southern area, down here where I'm placing Marco. As they come there, they appear to be trying to strike against something. You guys know that there is still a barrier there. So whatever they were doing, they seem to be trying to go into that area. As you guys watch them, as you guys see what they do, you do notice that one of them seems to pass through. As one of them passes through, the other 2 don't seem to be able to go through. However, the other one seems to come back, and they are very celebratory. At which point, you notice, Ronan, that a 4th person seems to be coming down. And what you can tell, they seem to have some kind of a bow in hand. As they come down, you guys see an outline of what you can only assume to be Medeus. Anyway, as Medeus makes his way down, he seems to start attempting to strike at those people. The 3 of them rush back with an amazing speed as they attempt to try to fight Medeus. Polo, you would watch as you would see something that you would only really recognize from a full-blown demon, let alone a half-blood demon. You see that they looked as if they started as they are getting put on the back foot by these 3 people assaulting them. They seem to change slightly. You see that the silhouette that you guys believe to be Medeus seems to almost double in size and seems to pull out what appears to be these large wing-like structures from his back. As it looks as if for a second he's going to turn the tables, he does unfortunately fall on the place where you guys see the demonic blood still being spilt, at which point he does not seem to move and is carried away. This place is so full of magic, there's no way you couldn't have rolled high enough to see what the fuck happened in here.
Okay.
I was sure that Mr. Modeus was only a half demon like I was.
Did he tell you that?
Did he?
Yep.
He did. I mean, it's not like I could really validate those claims, but half demons, as far as I am aware, half demons do not have the ability to shift into a true form. Our forms are what you see.
Well, he maybe didn't tell the whole truth, or maybe he has some other way to do it. I don't know.
It is very possible. Maybe some sort of relic or something on hand that could maybe make up for the missing blood quantum. But it still seems like it wasn't enough.
From what we can tell, those creatures most likely that he was fighting were Sheikah. 3 Sheikah in any respect are going to be hard for anyone to take on.
Yeah. What were they doing, though?
And from what we could tell from Modeus, he was mostly a cook.
Where did that one led where again? Points off to the one they went through.
The one going forward, you guys have not been able to get through. The one on the left here seems to make their way over to a section of an underground area connected to, I believe, looking on it, apparently connected to the forest. And the area on the right is where you guys would go and see the area connected to where you believe Jason is.
Yeah, so they went into which one again?
They came from the one you guys just came from.
Yeah.
And they went toward the one that is
straight
there.
across.
Yeah.
Okay.
The one thing you guys did not see was them attacking the dodecahedron. However, if you guys play it for long enough, you do find that they do come down here and start attempting to get something from it, but they seem to stop after a while. It's something that I forgot to mention. It happened, though.
Cool.
They seem to not be able to do much. But again, you guys know anybody approaching this thing usually gets pushed back. So as much as they tried to get this or take it or attack it, they were pushed away from it.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that.
This appears to be when Modeus was taken. Probably sometime within the last month.
All right.
So they showed up here at some point, and he found them? I guess he must have sniffed them out or something?
Maybe.
You demons do seem to have good sense of smell.
He might have simply caught a whiff of something unfamiliar and went to check it out. I don't think he was expecting 3 intruders, especially Sheikah. Nobody expects Sheikah.
No.
Rona's gonna walk on over to this thing over here.
Ronan, you do recognize that one of them had apparently gotten through this whenever they were trying to get through. You put your hand forward. As you do find that it is still a barrier for you.
Is it like a? Can you see through it, or is it like
It
a
is
solid
still.
wall?
You can see through it. It is slightly opaque, but you can see through it. The last time you guys looked at this area, you recognize it may lead to the desert.
Yeah.
And just to make sure, which did we see which of these circles they dragged Modeus through?
Yes, they left back through the way that they came, so back the way you guys would have went.
Yeah, but going there won't really do anything. So
I don't really have any magic left. Otherwise, maybe.
Can't follow. Yes.
This.
How exactly did you open the other two ways?
They were
Force.
already open, weren't they?
I thought we broke them open.
I wonder why.
I don't remember. I don't know.
And he struggled to push his way into this one?
Yes, they looked like they were attacking it at one point.
And all these other three we've been able to basically go through.
Yes.
Maybe
So-
it's because we've been there before.
Maybe. So the other ones were like attacking it, and then the third one just like walked up and just.
The third one
Didn't
was
even attack it,
attacking
just
it.
walked
The
straight
third
through?
one was attacking it as well, and he seemed to slip through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I will punch it.
You punch it. Bang. Nothing happens.
Hmm.
Death Mountain, Castle Town. This one was the forest again?
Yeah.
And this one, we can
Yeah.
only assume is full circuits, right? Because each of these are different, like a place of the 4 demon generals, right?
I'd also like to remind you that just because this did make its way to the area of the temple does not mean it is necessarily Castletown. Because that dungeon, you guys know, spreads all throughout Hyrule.
Yeah.
If anything, you guys would mostly represent this to be Gorthos's.
Yeah, Gorthos.
Which would make the one over here with the forest, I would make that one Ivori's.
Yeah.
I mean, unless someone else has an idea of how to open this, I don't know how much we can really do right now.
Oh no, Gorthos's
all
would be
that.
the Death Mountain one. That one would be. You're decently sure the one on the right is Magi's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine we've already got circuits and third. So we can ponder how to access that in a bit. We
Yeah.
can't follow yet, so it's best not to worry right now.
But we should,
Mhm.
yeah.
focus on Margin and Jason.
Yeah.
You're right.
Come back to this.
You guys
Indeed.
would make your way to go and see Jason, from what I assume.
Yes.
If I can't move you guys over here, I can't. I have to get closer. Dang it! Let's just move this. Let's just move this over. It's gonna be more important now.
Hooray.
Shoo-a-doo-a-doo-a-doo.
You guys
Actually taking
find.
up my real estate.
You guys
I'm
find
kidding.
that upon going to the right path, going into this area, you guys go through a small little bit of the dungeon that once again Marco would feel some kind of protection from, showing that this is somewhat connected to the Temple of Time. As he would step his way through, you guys would eventually come up on the large crystalline structure. Looking at it, it does not seem to have shrunk at all in the past month. However, on the other side of it, you guys see a decently large fireball. Let me just get
Oh,
an
boy.
orange thing here. Yeah, that's good. You guys see what appears to be a decently sized fireball on the other side that seems to somewhat be actually touching or like sort of messing with not only the door behind it, but also the crystalline structure. It seems to almost be tickling both of them. But again, the ice, quote unquote, is not melting.
So then it's not ice.
Just to remind people about the thing inside of it, you guys know that on the inside, there is a Jason fighting this creature with a golden sword. Not the Master Sword, because you now know why.
Because I, in fact, haven't.
But this creature is definitely the one you guys saw rise up from the expanse.
Mm-hmm. We know where they went and how they got there, but why did it turn out like this?
Also, it should be the other way around.
Yeah.
He doesn't know. Maybe it was something to do with the art. The ice
What are
hasn't. Mhm.
those symbols on its back? It's lined in them.
Oh, those.
Mm.
I think. Dika, what are those symbols?
As I mentioned to you guys last time, it is very similar to some of the symboling you would see on time stones.
Hmm.
You bring the
This
time stone
distracts
out.
that.
As you do, you find that the area does seem to somewhat stress it slightly. As you look at it upon bringing it out, Gorthos, you note that the time stone in your hand sort of seems to glow slightly.
No, that's the crest of knowledge.
Shut the fuck. Anyway.
It is, though.
No, it's not. It's a time stone.
In his other hand,
If
he
it was
produces.
sideways, it'd be the crest of knowledge.
It took me a second because I was like, "Where the fuck have I seen this?"
No, we've had this conversation.
Okay, I must have completely forgot.
No. This was something I made literally very quickly, and then you guys all got on me for it.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
But yes, when you bring out the ocarina, a similar feeling comes from it. You guys see a slight glow to it.
Does the mask feel
Gorthos
weird?
is- yeah.
The mask does not.
Orthos is wondering if it really is ice.
I mean, was the centipede... We don't know if the centipede was cold in any way, was it?
What was Majin's elemental shtick?
When it had came out and fought in the expanse, you guys did feel a bit of a draft. However, the thing now, there is a large amount of cold coming from this crystalline structure, which is why you guys thought it was ice in the first place. It also seems to be fogging up similar to how ice would.
You're getting frosty.
But that could be literally anything. Could just be magic. You know that Majin is the more magey, is a more magey creature. This thing, however, is seemingly without a mind, since Majin was sent off to the beyond.
Beyond the beyond.
The mindless husk with all that power. Orthos thinks we're dealing with frozen time. Literally.
That makes sense.
Okay. Well,
He's not sure what'll happen if he tries to use these items on it. He could do nothing, or release it immediately.
I feel like the amount we have compared to it is pales in comparison.
Majin was... Well, Majin's not here anymore. All the power, none of the wit.
According to Adam, the diamond spear that he used wasn't even able to do any damage to it. And it doesn't look very
Yeah.
damaged right now either.
No.
If we release them, can we even do anything to it? I mean, maybe Marco.
With the Master Sword, yes, it should work. It's obviously demonic.
But what about the rest of us? I'll tell you now, that fireball there, cast by me, should be able to get through any resistances it has. That being said, I can
Didn't
only...
Galen help you with that?
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Thanks to the magic that we both have, it is definitely not going to do nothing. The problem with it is I can still feel the connection with it. Meaning that if I lose this connection, that is just going to fizzle.
Yeah, it'll be wasted.
Not to mention, I believe that was back whenever Galen was still connected with Aga, so we would need both myself, Aga, and Galen to try to reinstate it.
So then it only currently maybe has your fire properties then.
I don't know exactly how powerful it'll be, but I do believe that since I do have a more primal connection to flame than the others, that this should be able to get through any fiery resistances. I don't know for sure, but I feel that this is most likely the strongest spell I've cast so far. It's been here for a month after all.
More than a month.
Yeah.
I think it's close to 2 months now.
Majin, the demon generals were always dangerous, but never invincible.
I mean, in a sense, you've been invincible.
And it's without its mind. It's all raw bestial power.
That is a very good point, however. You do know that apparently, whenever you were talking with Ivori seemed to think that even if she was dead, she would come back. You're not sure if this has the same properties or not. Without Majin's mind is one thing, but it is still a demon general's body.
Not invincible, but certainly potentially immortal.
I'm just trying to think if we were to let it loose right now, if we can't deal with it, is there any way we could seal it back up?
Why don't we just ask someone who can deal with it then?
And
Like
anybody you
who?
would suggest?
Yeah.
Who do you nominate, Aster?
Gorthos, how do we do it? We just heard from Gorthos that they may be immortal. Then you should
Gorthos
ask
needs-
whoever made Gorthos.
Demise?
I don't think
I
he's
mean-
going to be too forthcoming.
I mean,
Do
he's given me the ability to seek him out whenever I wish.
And while we're there, we could ask his permission to destroy his bird as well. That seems like a very wonderful idea.
I
I mean, the worst he
Gorth-
could say is no.
Gorthos doesn't remember
He says
how
you.
he can be.
Sorry.
That's funny. But I suppose I wouldn't know the details of how the generals were created, would I?
You know that while they still have their flesh, they are at their most powerful. Which is why Ivori is most likely the strongest one remaining. Maybe instead of this one may be stronger now, especially with their powers having been ebbed. While they still have their flesh, they are at their most powerful. They
That is
also
technically flesh.
They also, again, can revive themselves from death, though you're not sure the full process if it's completely destroyed. But apparently, this thing most likely, thanks to knowing how the Diamond Spear was striking it, most likely can't be completely destroyed by anything you guys know right now.
We could try dropping it in lava.
No.
And risk Jason?
I mean,
Even if we
not with
can't-
her in it.
Even if we can't defeat it right now, I mean, we could always try to use these to release them and get Jason out of here. But then that thing would be free.
Yeah, that's how do we get her out without getting it out?
Well, how did when we arrived at the Demon Manor, we had to deal with the teleportation magic from that test or whatever. Is that not something that we can take advantage of and get it into an actual pit of lava instead of what it's trying to do to us? Or is that just a stupid idea?
Uh,
I'm not really sure exactly how that would work.
we would have to lure it out.
Hmm.
And that's if it's willing to even... Not so much cooperate is the fitting word, but I guess fall for the bait.
I know it'd be dangerous, but I just really want to get Jason out of there. Maybe if
Same
this is
here.
time magic, maybe playing the ocarina could do something.
That's what I was thinking.
I don't know if we could maybe stop it before it releases the other one.
If it here, that's not a terrible idea. Gorthos, do you
I
mind
mean-
if I take a look at that?
I mean, stopping time is what that thing does, doesn't it? Points over toward the time stone Gorthos has.
This reverses it.
I think we might be on the same thought, Miss Obera. Now,
Maybe release it with the ocarina and then stop it before it releases it.
essentially using the ocarina and the time stone to sort of cancel one another, but just enough to get Jason out.
It would need a powerful magic to do such a thing. I don't have any real ability to use items that aren't created by the Zora, so it would have to be one of you.
Rufus looks at the time stone. Well, he hands the ocarina off to Ronan. He looks at the time stone and he goes, maybe it could work.
We would need just a small reservoir of an amount that could possibly... Essentially, we'd be playing the ocarina to release it, and using the stone to cancel out the output. But Ronan should play it better to have just enough output to just sneakily let Jason out, but not enough that it would let that thing out. And then we immediately stop and then
This is
they
extremely
cancel.
This is extremely risky. I know that both of the fairies have been very helpful in giving us very well options to do, but this is extremely risky.
We do risk releasing it, and then what?
At least I can say that we have the Master Sword and the Fireball at the ready.
I have an idea. Before we do this, Ronan's gonna, with the ocarina in hand, walk over towards the fireball. Now.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
The
All right,
Twisted
okay.
Song of Time. It says that I can speed up the growth of something. It says plant or animal, but I'm being a little loose with my interpretation here.
As
What is
I've
fire button
told
and-
you can definitely do.
Yep, you just earlier today told me that.
I've also been able to let you use your songs for crazy things before.
Could I maybe make this fireball grow more with the Twisted Song of Time?
I will bring up that there is a warning at the bottom of this, that those who mess with the flow of time are hardly able to hide from those they borrow power from.
Who am I borrowing power from?
The goddess of time.
Oh, I see. I thought it meant... Okay, I never mind that.
But you feel that you could try to make this more powerful.
I will attempt to do so.
I would love it if Digo says the words, and so it accelerates by a year.
No, I've not played an ocarina ever in my life. but I am an oracle, so maybe that'll count for something.
It definitely does. One thing that you would know from Pika, from talking with them, that I never really would have portrayed to you. But oracles are decently well able to play most instruments.
Okay,
It
cool.
basically comes to you almost instinctively. Once you look to this, and once you kind of like fiddle around with it a little bit, you do feel like, yeah, I can make the notes. It is still going to require you a diligence check, but
Okay.
let me.
Thanks, my boy.
You're in his presence.
I feel like this is also dangerous and stupid.
Oh yes.
I mean,
There you go.
sure.
There you go.
I'll use a fucking hero.
I'm
I should've
allowing
upgraded
this
this
because
second
I
one.
really, really, really want this to work. But I do have to be, a DM and be like, it's gonna be a big check.
What?
Okay.
No way.
Go.
All right.
Okay.
I need you to roll me diligence. Before you do, however, as you start going, Z attempts to start helping you with it, and there is a very strange tone through the air.
Yeah.
As Ronan, you and Z play this song, there is an almost ghastly version of this song on display, a wrong version of this song on display. As you're playing through it, roll me for your diligence.
Okay.
You have several fleetings.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of
That's
them.
an 18 for my first roll.
No, keep going.
3.
I'll allow you to stop here if you want. If you want to continue with your last 3, you can.
Well, I mean, I got a fish for that crit, right?
Go for it. Go for it.
Also, don't forget
for
the
the crit.
D6.
19.
2 more rolls. Last roll.
Crit fish.
Nah, but I got a
Roll the
19
D6.
plus.
You also
Oh.
have the.
Roll the d6. That is a 6.
Woo!
That is a 19 plus 6 plus 10.
10.
Because of the hero point. That is
So
a
35.
that is a 35.
You need a 37.
As you and Z play this song, all of you see a shifting, almost like heat lines going across the area, as even the ice-like structure in front of you quivers slightly with this strange song being played. You guys note that Z, for example, seems to somewhat shimmer about. As Z shimmers about as well, just for fun.
Oh my god!
Oh, the wings are
Oh.
fucked.
Wings, what the fuck?
Cool. They're transparent.
What the fuck, Wings?
Who's this
They're
one
supposed- Oh well. Pretend they're light blue.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah,
have to fix that.
Is that just Link?
Is that just Link?
It might just be Link, yes.
We finally see the boy.
You've always been able to see.
I get to see the boy.
Also, just because we can. And now that I've shown
Ronan
that one.
respectfully switches his fairy sight off.
Also, just because I am, again, this is happening to Z.
You're a cruel god.
Cute.
Over here with Aster.
Eh.
One we've had for quite a long time.
Aw,
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
Cute.
you've used this one before.
Yes,
I think he
but
used
this
that for
one
like
is a
an
different.
innkeeper.
This one is.
Color,
I didn't
yeah.
use the one for the innkeeper. No, that one's the short-haired.
No. You used this one before,
I've used this one before, yes, but the innkeeper
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
but it's a
one.
different color.
Yeah.
Norm.
As that is completed, you guys see the fireball does not double in size or anything. That is not what happens.
Oh.
It becomes blue.
The flames turn a strange bluish white color.
Ah. They do say blue flames burn hotter.
Oh, it is definitely very hot.
Yeah, back it away as I play.
I'm just gonna go here now. But yes, you are able to see this even with your fairy sight being gone. The others are seeing this.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Something shifts in the air as this is played. Something seems to almost just take over the air. Also, I have actual tokens of them with states, so I'm just gonna use those now. I was gonna have this happen during a different thing, but you know.
Hell yeah.
This seems like fun, so we're doing it here. Also, just in case anybody wants to call me out on it, if we look over here, near where Vol Circuit is, over here, over here.
Oh,
You can
squirrel.
we can go to a different state.
Oh.
Oh,
Eh.
I thought squirrel was a girl. Oops.
You don't know what they are.
You're right. I don't.
It's the current year.
It's current era in Hyrule, relax. Those things are different. Those things are archaic.
I thought it would be very funny to use this one in particular as the anxiety-ridden squirrel, because it's Micah.
This- Oh, my
It's
fuck.
very fitting.
However, as this song seems to almost continue even while you guys are done with it, because I didn't stop it, you see in front of you the quivering of the ice-like structure in front of you has left ripples throughout it as well. So whatever happened with the ocarina did in fact affect this in some way as well.
Okay.
Hmm.
So maybe I think this is a really good idea.
And in case it fails, we're pretty much ready to fight it.
You know those
I'm
wonders
just
that's
getting
gonna happen
position. Yeah, there we go.
now. So the mask is not reacting in any conceivable way
It is not.
at all. Northos thinks for a second and ponders how all the big spellcasters have the same kind of motif, and he puts the time stone to the forehead of the mask. Does it do anything?
The time stone itself seems to somewhat react, but the mask does not. You do know
Let's see.
there is a big difference between the time stone, the ocarina, and your mask. The time stone and the ocarina, from what you've been told by the goddess of time, are relics of the goddess of time.
Here you go. I sent you a. This Z should work without the scuff.
Okay, let's get it.
Yay!
Different.
I completely forgot the tabletop does not like
Tabletop is weird.
any transparency on things.
Yeah. We like
Kind of a
transparency here, but tabletop hates us. So
One day
I was
we'll
like, well,
move.
how do I get the transparency effect on the foot? And I'm like, I got an idea.
there we go.
Hey.
And yes, it is based primarily on a link because of the little hair in the back.
Mhm. I like how you guys picked it up immediately, though. Like, is that just
course I
Link? And I'm
did.
like, ha.
How many links are there in this time?
He's our handsome little fairy. They're handsome.
He's a fancy little fairy boy.
I have some little anti-fairy boy.
Yeah. That's still okay.
Also, as soon as fucking it is, just as soon as Ronan finishes the song, he'd be like, just like fold his hands, it's like, I'm very sorry. Got us some time. I hope you forgive me.
Ronan, roll me for your spirit.
Is that a roll in my presence?
That's a 21.
Roll this.
Oh, okay, cool.
Every time I already
Were
won
those?
nat 1s or 20s, I get more, so it doesn't matter.
So 24.
You feel that they have noticed. They have taken note of your prayer as well. They have not said anything, but they do not feel angry.
Okay. Good. That's all I was hoping for.
Neutrality for the win.
They may want to speak to you later, but they're not mad. They're
Just
disappointed.
So with the ripples in the structure.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Does it feel different? Does it feel like it's softer, giving way? It's still
As
solid.
as you bring your hand to the ripples, you do note, despite not having skin or anything, that it does feel a bit less. Obviously, it feels less smooth. It does look almost as if it was melting.
Hmm. Well, first he's gonna try something. He's gonna try and press the time stone to the ripples where it nearest to Jason.
You find that upon doing so, roll me for your magic, please, which is currently being increased by the mask.
Yay.
Also,
That's a
what's this?
+4.
You can't have this anymore.
Yeah, I didn't know what to do with that.
It's over here now.
My magic sat. I finally have the magic satchel. I should get a bag for that.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. 19.
23.
Ooh.
23.
You find upon placing the stone to the ripples almost appear to recede, as if they begin to get more solid and back to the form it was.
Ooh.
However, you do note that the ripples do not seem to be doing it for everything here. It seems to almost have a bit of a radius. There are still ripples from where the other side is, where you see the magi-like creature.
Ooh.
Majin-like
Yeah. He just starts going, ooh. He starts re-solidifying around Majin. He just starts re-solidifying it around Majin.
I was like, so you probably want to do it from back there then, huh?
Gorthos isn't expressing it, but he's trying to fucking reinforce his brother's side of the cube, essentially. And ignoring Jason's side completely.
It seems to almost, it does seem like it is somewhat working. It is slow, but it is seemingly repelling the change in time that has happened with this. Because you do know that this item does bring things back in time slightly.
Oh, Majin, to see the look on your face. The mask doesn't do it justice. Now,
Right then.
we're learning. We have to melt Jason's side.
Mm-hmm. Ronan will
Gorthos can fix the rest of it.
stand on this side. There's someone
It
ready
sounds like
to,
you just see him just trying to scale the cube to get to more spots.
someone ready to yank her out of there.
We need someone faster than time.
Hello, I'm here.
It does seem that this would be something, again, not very good with my skills, so I will allow you to take care of this, Marco Polo.
Of course.
I'm
You
sure
never
that
know
those
to repair
tendrils might come in handy as well.
Yes. Beep. Taking straw.
Gorthos didn't know he could repair things without a hammer.
As Polo, you
I could
look
carve
forward,
it
you
with the
get
Master Sword.
you get Ophi ready. Would you like to have more Ophis?
Let's see. Do I want to kill myself for more time? No.
You're not taking damage. Just make
I'll
it work.
try if you would.
It takes a heart, doesn't it?
Takes
Yeah, it
one
takes a heart. So I can't remember what these two are. I think these
Those are your
temp
temporary
hearts.
ones, yes.
Yeah.
Those would
We're
still
gonna.
work, but most likely I would say use these because these you can get back somewhat.
I was gonna say, like, I can literally cut my health in half, but that means I only have 2 hearts.
Technically 4, because the 2 temporary.
You would make it a third.
Also, this is another great way you notice to make sure you're always in a good spot with Orion.
Yeah.
and your demon state.
Yeah. Let's test it out. Let's summon 2 Ophies. 2 more Ophies. I think these grayed out hearts are Orion's default.
Make a look.
What are these hearts right here?
Those are these are his default. Which are
okay. These are
things.
Orion's. Okay.
These are the hells
right,
you gave him, and these should be his temporary. So I'm just gonna do this. That should honestly be his default, yes, and these are his temporary. So Orion has 3 hearts, and then you've given him 5 hearts, and then he has 2 temporary hearts.
Okay, let me just label these then.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
As well, bloop bloop. Look at those extra Ophies.
There we go. There's just a little bit of a. Oh, there we go. Is this enough?
We can
That
help.
should be plenty. Hopefully.
They just come out of her shadow, just right behind her, just 2 freaking.
There is a sense that they are coming from the same source, but yes, they are basically coming out from your shadow as well.
I like the idea of the 2 little tendrils coming out like the little Siamese cattails from Lady and the Tramp. Doom, boom, boom, boom. I don't know why. I think it's fucking hilarious.
We are Siamese, if you please.
If you please. That song aged badly.
Yeah,
Yep.
Anyhow.
As you guys will attempt to do this, I'm guessing, Ronan, you are ready to attempt to play the Song of Time?
Yep.
Or are you using the inverted? Are you using the
No.
Twisted Song of Time?
No.
All right. As you get ready to play the Song of Time, looking toward this thing, hoping that it will not release a great evil monster. Trying to find the thing very quickly. It's not there. What the fuck? There we go. Oh no, that's a different thing. There we go. As you guys begin to hear the Song of Time being played, there is a chorus from the fairy heart that Ronan is still wielding. Some of the chorus seems to be playing from different instruments, one of them even sounding like the violin that Ronan usually uses. Z also uses their chords, their vocal cords, to send a slight hymn throughout the entire area as well. This is going to be tough rolls. Ronan, roll me magic.
Oh boy. Okay. Is this reckless and stupid?
I would say no, because you guys are planning this and you guys have a lot of things on hand.
Gotcha. Okay.
But you have a fleeting.
You do have
From
one
me.
fleeting.
Okay.
That is a 12
so
plus
that's-
5. Roll this d6.
Come on. Okay, so
That is a 19 altogether.
19 total.
Roll me diligence as well.
Okay.
That is a 12 plus 5. That is a 17. We are then going to go to Gorthos. Gorthos, I need you to roll me for your magic. As you see the thing begin to melt in front of you, you see the different kind of lines, now that you're focused on it, it does seem like it is releasing the both of them. That is a 2. As Gorthos, you feel that as this is happening, there is a roaring sound beginning to stir from inside of the large thing of stone and rock. The ice-like structure seems to start vibrating with the awakening of your brother. I would like you to roll me one more time. However, if you choose to do this, you will take 3 hearts of damage. I can't hear you as well.
Oh, my mic was actually, the plug jostled out. I don't know how that happened. Can I also dump gifted strength into my magic staff?
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
I also, I feel like I know the answer to this, but I feel obligated to ask. Since I'm already playing,
Yeah,
is
you
it
can't
possible
jam
for me to
session.
give him? Yeah, I figured,
Yeah,
but I
you're
had to
currently
ask.
doing something. I understand that. I definitely do. This will be a 7 then. Roll me one more time. You will take 3 hearts of damage.
I already removed my 3 hearts. Highest stat +1, so no, it'd be 8.
8?
Because it's +1.
Okay.
Highest stat +1.
Roll me one more time. You have 1 fleeting.
Okay.
Come on, Gorthos.
Come on, big money.
No whammies.
18.
That's not a whammy at all.
The roaring does continue. However, as you put more of yourself into this, you feel the mask on your face begin to let out a glow. As it's letting out this glow, the item in your hand begins to shine ever brighter, taking from your own vitality to go forward with it. As this is happening,
Stay
the
in
area
there.
is solidifying back where this creature is, but you do see it moving. It's much taller than Jason. Its head begins to start reeling back, its mouth opening inside of this thing, but it is being held in place by Gorthos. As it is going further down toward where Jason is, Ronan, I need another diligence check from you.
Okay.
You will have advantage because Z is aiding you.
Okay, cool. Okay.
19! You
Fuck yeah,
feel
dude.
for a bit that your concentration begins to slip, as because of this song and the nature of it, you almost feel as if you are beginning to change, that time around you is starting to shift. You almost feel yourself sending people forward or backward in time with how long you have to hold this. However, Z is able to keep you steady, to keep you stable into this. And thanks to you having the fairy heart, having Z around you, and having some understanding of the magics, you're able to stop yourself from shifting everyone through time. Which is very good, because if you didn't get that roll, things might have been weird in the desert. Anyway.
Fucking desert.
As things continue, Jason begins to be revealed. As they look as if for a moment they move slightly inside of the stone, it becomes malleable enough that Polo and Marco, you don't know how much you can try. The other creature is moving around slightly as well, despite Gorthos holding them. You at least have 1 try. I would like both of you to roll me for your finesse. For you, Polo, you'll be rolling for the finesse of the creature, which means 5.
Yeah.
5 and markers finesse is like 1,000. I think
Finesse is like 1,000.
I think that you Squeaky gets a D6 in this instance.
Yo,
What's up,
since
man?
I have sleight of hand, can I roll with advantage?
Slide up hand.
Stealing the Jason from the ice.
Stealing them from time. Do
You
it.
know what, Emerald? Yes. Give yourself advantage.
Yeah.
Give yourself
fucking-
advantage.
Oh boy.
Hell yeah.
But yes, I also need a roll from Squeaky.
You know what?
Alrighty.
All right, let's
Fuck you, Deco. I'm using that for Gorthos on Marco.
fuck
Hold on,
yeah.
don't. Hold on one
There's
second. let me roll.
11
Roll this d6
with a
as
5
well.
and with a 5 in finesse
Ooh.
and a 5 in this.
So
So
21
5,
altogether.
5, and 11. Yeah.
And Marco, what'd you get?
I think you can add 7 to that.
One,
It's DC 15
two,
experience.
and it's kind of fleeting. So 12.
12
What
plus
is it?
7 plus your finesse, which is a lot, like a billion.
7. So 14. So 14 plus 12, I believe is what was happening there.
As you reach in, Marco, you feel the blade in your hands begin to somewhat react as you move yourself in. Your arm goes fully in. The tendrils, unfortunately, as they're trying to get in, are not able to pierce the stone itself. However, at first you feel as if you're getting sucked forward, but then Polo's tendrils grab you by the legs. As doing so, you reach out to Jason. Jason, just now seemingly coming to, looking over to you, golden sword in hand, they look forward. For a second, you feel odd, an odd sense from Jason. You feel almost a sense of unfamiliarity. As they look toward the creature, you see a determination you've never seen in Jason's face. You see them grip their blade, but then looking back to you, they look down and they hold out a hand.
He will reach for her hand.
As you grab it, as you pull, the two of you get yanked back by the tendrils.
And I stop playing.
A great roar goes over the entire place. The stone-like almost frozen time stone-like structure in front of you looks as if it begins to crack. As you stop playing, the final chords are played through the fairy heart. The creature in front of you seems to shift. I would like one last roll. Roll me a straight d20 Ronin for something
Oh,
else
boy.
entirely.
Okay.
Is a 10
God, this time's like, what the fuck?
plus 6. You find, with a 16, stepping towards you, Obra moves her hand. As they do, right as everything solidifies, filling the inside of the structure, you see that same ball of blue flame enter and get frozen in time with it. As Gorthos solidifies it all, it is not exploded, but as everything drops, this creature is completely surrounded by blue flames, stuck in time, while the cracks somewhat have heat generating out from them that was created from its seemingly tantrum. It is still sealed within.
We did it.
Take that, Majin, you worm.
That was so smart. She just lifts up over in a huge hug.
I didn't think
I
it was
love your brain.
I didn't think it was going to work, but it was the best I could do.
Of course it didn't work. Who do you think we are?
As you guys pull back, everyone's celebrating. The Ophies have returned to Polo, each of them looking to Polo as if they are waiting for something.
You can check her for injuries in just a moment.
Bolo, roll me for your roll me for your charm, please.
God damn it. 5.
You do not deter them
8,
from what they want to do. They would like to be praised. They pick you up.
They demand praise. It demands recognition.
That's also the praise kink I see.
As they're just trying to fucking like freaking pass her around, it's just like, okay, rub.
What a weird dog.
Jason stands, as they do, golden sword in hand. I didn't think that was going to be what that did. Apparently trying to redirect it back on itself just sealed me away. Interesting.
Is that what happened when you fell through, Jason?
We fell through.
Or-
No, there was a bit of a conflict and I saw that I couldn't do much to it, so I attempted to use the blade to redirect its magic. I think all it did was, seemingly trap the two of us. I wasn't able to get many blows on it, unfortunately.
Even mindless Majin is historically, what's the best word? Tenacious.
Mindless is not exactly what I would call it. I believe that there is something that is doing something within that creature, but definitely it is not, the death-defying creature it could have been.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I thank you all. They seem to get up and dust themselves off.
Of course, we couldn't just leave you in there. After everything, of course.
They stare back toward it. I would like to purge this creature from this world, though. It should not be here. It is an existence that is beyond usual mortal comprehension.
And then the demon generals usually were. But even killing it doesn't guarantee you'll stay dead.
Yes, that's
Not
true.
for any of us.
They look over towards you, Marco, as they see the blade shining in your hand. Perhaps that could deal a blow to it.
It definitely could.
They look to you, they look to it. But not now. They make their way over toward the structure. They put their hand along one of the cracks that seems to be, again, leaking out fiery energy. This should hold for a while, at least.
Should, yes. Long enough for us not to need to worry about it for a good long while. There's so many other things that need to be taken care of, after all.
What exactly are those?
Dealing with issues in the desert, dealing with the former king of the Zora, dealing with Gorthos' dungeon,
Yes.
forge. The rock is our immediate concern. And
You have
wondering
a lot
who
of
you are.
you have a lot of tasks on you. I guess a hero's
We
work is
always
never
do.
done.
No. And all this excitement, some people think Gorthos should retire.
You definitely should.
He's not. You should know that better than anyone.
They look to you, Marco, as they do give you a smile.
And you are? Because you're obviously not Jason right now.
Yeah.
We're being a little obvious about it.
Well, there's no point in hiding it. I don't believe I was hiding it before either.
Not intentionally. Someone was hiding something. But we'll get to that later.
Well, I at least know you. Looks to Marco. The rest of you, I'm assuming, looking over toward Gorthos, you are Gorthos.
Who else could he be?
They look over toward where Ronan is. Unfortunately, I'm not amazingly well versed, but I do have some memory of you. And looks to Polo. You're his child, right?
I mean,
Is-
yes,
Antares.
yes.
You can call me Link.
Porthos is very happy you finally remembered.
Remembering is a bit difficult to say, though I guess the best part of it, of everything that has gone on, is that all of you were able to piece me back together somewhat.
So, yes.
So you're not Jason.
Unfortunately, no. Not from what I understand.
So
Jason and Matilda are, I think, still here, though they are still out there as well. There are pieces that are remaining, but they're fractured. Much more fractured than I was at this point. I am Link. I am, well, his friend's older brother. Points over to Marco.
Right. Josier's brother.
But I thought Link was like 1,000 years ago. I thought you lived 1,000 years ago.
I'm
They
very
did.
confused.
The soul of the hero, though it takes some time sometimes, it is relatively well understood that we remember certain things about ourselves as we go through. Not everything. I am not like Gorthos here. I do remember certain bits and pieces, but not the whole of everything I've ever experienced. But by the time I was promoted to a guard captain, I mostly had memories of myself, as well as the allies who aided me in my past lives, including Antares, and many others.
Porthos is sorry he never brought this up earlier. He never thought there would be a time that would make it very awkward for Jason at the time.
Whenever I was split, whenever the Triforce had been destroyed, I was shattered, separated. And there are still bits of me that are gone, but I believe I am much more whole than Jason or Matilda, so thanks to some intervention, I was able to bring myself into this form. I believe that intervention was the will of the goddess.
Yes.
Which one?
The mortal goddess.
Oh, yes.
Zelda.
It is difficult to understand my my role with them, to be honest. There has been many times of which I've interacted with them in many different forms and many different ways. I assume that I am right to be able to at least call them a motherly figure.
That's what Gorthos would say, yes.
Just as I believe I can refer to you as a fatherly one.
Oh, he hopes so.
Again, I am sorry to say that I am not fully any one hero that has passed. I am mostly who I was born as here.
So you are Link, but you're also Jason?
No, Jason is just allowing me to be housed here.
Okay, so Jason is in there as well with you right now.
Oh, so this is like possession.
Yes.
That's what I've been trying to figure out. Sorry.
Jason apparently was one who was born with a similar spirit of the hero, at least with them. I believe that perhaps whenever I was shattered, they took a piece of me inside of them before they were sent on their adventure. At which point, they would have both the mortal goddess and the spirit of the hero inside of them. As such, they look over toward where Marco is. The me that is here, though I do understand what that means and could retrieve that, I am not its true owner. Jason is. So you may keep that for the time being.
If you say so.
I don't understand entirely how it would react with me currently, and I do not wish to take this form from them.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't.
I would worry
Yeah.
that if I became more complete, that it would be impossible to bring back either Matilda or Jason.
Would there be any way to split you and put you in like another, like, I mean, Gallen's on the body making plot right now, so
I believe the first order of business before thinking of that is trying to fix them more than anything.
right.
How?
But yeah, that.
Has Gorthos ever ran into broken souls before like this?
You yourself are a broken soul.
Cool. Well, it's going to take a lot of time and random happenstance.
I believe
go
that
with
if I were
experience.
to become more complete, I might be able to have some ways of doing so. I believe there are still around 2 other pieces of myself that are not retrieved.
And missing pieces of the Triforce of Courage. It'll be fun to find.
I am honestly surprised that a certain bit of me is here. I had not felt that it would be easy to have that one returned, though it seemed as if the 2 of you in particular were instrumental in that. Motions toward Ronan and Marco. I was really worried that I was driving that man mad.
That's right. When you got it out of the Zora King.
Ooh, you were aware of where you've been posted?
Yes.
You're aware of everything going on with all of them?
Bits and pieces, as I mentioned before. I know that there was a part of me that was inside of a slime. That slime currently, I believe, should be at least recovered slightly from my interference. I know that there was a part of me inside of a great evil man, though that one, I believe, was that way far before I was ever intervened. And the one I was the most worried about, yes, was this king. They are not the most innocent in things. I believe that a lot of their ideals and ambitions were there before, but I do think that I nearly drove them mad.
It's not too late to make amends.
I'm also sorry, by the way, motions over toward Marco. I had not seen you in quite a long time. Not since, well, your father was around.
My father? Are you sure not thinking of my grandfather?
Again, there are many different lives inside of me. I'm meaning from the fight. Whenever they had left, you were you were more of a babe the next time I saw you. And whenever I had been around Hosier, he seemed rather smitten with you for the time.
Let's go with that, yeah. Let's not explain any further.
Those things it's funny, you think it's past tense.
Marco, the big thing obviously here is that you do remember Hosier's brother somewhat, but Hosier's brother was definitely Hosier's brother.
Yeah.
So they were most likely a lot taller than this and a lot more imposing than they are now.
I
But
also
at the
don't know
same
his
time,
brother's name.
Exactly. You guys were told though, whenever he was buried, that he went by Link.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
might not have been his birth name, but it definitely was their name by the time they were done.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna go with us. Sure, this is confusing for everyone here, except for the 2 of us.
So you don't remember anything from like Jason or Matilda, really?
They aren't me. I remember bits and pieces from whenever they held parts of me. But currently, the only thing remaining is their memory that was not shattered by the medallion that was affecting them. Again, if I am to retrieve most of myself, then I might be able to use the Triforce to aid in recovering parts of them. But currently, they
All right,
are broken.
Well, then I guess we gotta go and do that.
One of them, if you were to attempt to retrieve them, should still turn out similarly to how Jason turned out. Currently, with how time should have gone, they should still be wandering the forest. Though you understand how time works in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
But the
Doesn't make
other
any
would
sense,
be
right?
but the other would be more difficult to retrieve. You may be able to retrieve the Matilda that will be Jason, but the Jason from before will be harder.
So
But that should just be you now, right?
They look to themselves. Mostly. Again, it is difficult.
So what would we need to get from Matilda?
Matilda, I had used that time traveling device that you had all had to perform what I had assumed was their destiny. Though, whenever I had saw the ocarina, I had thought that it might be best in your hands than apart, so I kept it here. Which would mean that without the ocarina, from what I can remember of them, they will most likely be wandering the Dark Forest. Well, you would know it as the Kokiri Forest.
Mm-hmm.
As they wander throughout there, eventually they may turn into Jason, but if we were to find them wandering through there, we may be able to retrieve them.
So we would actually need to physically get her and bring her to you.
Well, I had assumed that I would come with you.
Well, you know what I mean. We would need to go to her physically.
Yes,
Yeah.
similar to how you've already done so. You have already retrieved people who have been lost in the woods. Though for them that many years would have passed, technically for Matilda, none would.
But she's supposed to become.
She would have
Jason.
broken memories, yes.
She would have to work through those in her own way.
You could either allow her to stay where she is and eventually become Jason, at which Matilda at that point may be beyond retrieval, but technically both of them would still survive that way. I believe the better option would be to save Matilda and then find a way to remove me after saving Jason.
Okay.
I guess that works for me.
I know that it does not seem as if it is a high possibility of happening, but from my many lives and understandings, odder things have happened than saving two individuals who share a body.
Yep.
We did in
Odder
fact
things have
bring.
happened in my one life.
We did in fact bring Darwin back to life.
Rose also enjoyed that time. He thought we were going to ruin everything and break the timeline.
Time is difficult to break. The goddess would have seen to that at the very least. Though it appears that you came close to that. Looks over toward Ronan.
Yeah. She's not mad. That's good.
He's still happy to have him here, like.
I believe that this may be difficult, because again, I do have memories of you, Gorthos. But again, I am not exactly who I believe you might want me to be. But I do have
We've
memory,
had
and I
this-
do know you. And like
That's
you're
more
about
than
to
he hoped
say,
for.
and like you were about to say, we have had this conversation many times.
So sometimes the roles being reversed on who had more memory.
It is nice to see you this complete, actually.
It feels he hasn't been that way in a while, but he's still not all there. So he will hate
might
to
I
say
ask-
goodbye.
Might I ask how long it has been since I did what I did and jumped into that strange time warping abyss?
Like an hour.
More.
Oh,
More
A
or
few
less.
hours. It's been like a few
Oh.
hours.
A few
oh,
hours.
Us. But we found this thing here months ago.
that was a grand little experiment that you pulled then. I have only been gone for a short time. That is wondrous, actually.
Sort of.
That
To
might
our
be able.
perspective.
That might mean that we are able to piece them together slightly quicker.
Hmm. The evil man and the slime, he believes he knows what those are.
Evil man.
And the evil man, you mentioned that, the other piece of the Triforce.
The one in Castletown.
Oh,
Slaverman.
Oh, that evil man.
yes.
Oh, he forgot Slaverman even existed.
That is who I was speaking of. Yes, they are taken care of, from what I understand, and I
Yeah.
believe they were
They
taken
should
care
be
of
dead.
again.
Mm,
Oh,
They were
yeah.
taken care of several times and killed,
That's fine.
hopefully.
mm. What matters the most now is, well, you're here. And it's confusing for them, but we'll figure out a way to explain it better, maybe.
Oh, and before I forget, they will make their way over toward Polo. Excuse me, ma'am. Your name, please?
My name is Polo.
They will go down onto a knee in front of you, Polo.
Mm.
I thank you wondrously for your father's aid in my time of grief. I was not able to say it to him. You feel just like him, however. It is almost as if I'm wandering into a sense of nostalgia, even.
Oh, that's because of this.
Just pulls out his eye.
Oh, wonderful. You were able to retrieve one of his gifts.
Yes. There is one not too far off from here that I am hoping to retrieve soon when it opens.
Well, as I mentioned, I am extremely grateful, and you will find that my debt will never go unpaid. While I am still in this mortal frame, I will do anything that I can to make sure that you are as comfortable as possible. I was told, however, not to baby you.
No one's ever babied me.
That's completely untrue, probably. Gortha doesn't know what happens when you and Gallon are alone.
I am basically, I was given instruction that I could fight alongside of you, but I am not to protect you. You can protect yourself.
Oh, then yes, Father was very much right.
I have also been told that if you have any need of me, that I am allowed to use my own discretion for how I wish to aid you. He had also wished that there was a way for me to have some sort of a closer relationship with you. However, I believe that to be impossible at this moment, as I am dead.
Huh?
That hasn't stopped Gorthos.
I believe your father's exact words were, I would love to have a son like you.
Never mind, Gorthos is completely misconstrued in Terrace's intentions.
She's just been holding his eye the whole time, and after that, she just looks down to it slowly.
You feel it winks at you.
Somehow it winks.
You must explain your relationship with Antares.
Oh,
Very much so.
he had aided me whenever there was a uprising about 100 or so years ago, in my previous life. Well, one of many previous lives.
Yes.
Antares was a great oracle. He was able to see very far off into the future. I believe because of that. Motions over to the eye. He did not have extreme accuracy with his checks, but he did know that eventually he would have a beautiful daughter.
Ah, I see. Well, so far his relic has been invaluable to me.
I hope that
I
I can
wish
be as invaluable as to you as well.
Simply telling me of my father is more than enough. I
can tell you many
Never
things
got-
about your father. He
I
was a
never got
wondrous
to-
man.
would love to hear stories. I know nothing about him.
He is single-handedly, I believe, one of the closest to ever truly become a true ruler of the demon tribes. A kinder man I had hardly ever known.
Really? Rothos feels cheated. He never got a chance to meet Antares.
He was an extremely powerful demon, one that, honestly, bordered on the strength that I had known far off in my past. Motions back toward the demon general in front of you. I believe that, if possible, the fight between those two would be, as one would call, legendary. And I believe that your father would easily come on top.
Oh,
Can't actually believe you motioned past him for this. What about Gorthos fighting Antares?
In your current form, most likely you would be squashed into a pulp. But he would never do that to you. But he would never do that to you.
The disrespect of one's children.
That being said, I do have recollection of whenever I had once fought against you. And, well, you would also make a very fine and worthy competition for them.
He's one of the original demon generals. He should.
Power does not dissipate as what we had all believed normally. Power is simply replaced and moved about. I believe those are at least similar to the words you've told me before. Nothing gets weaker over time. In fact, some things get stronger. But the originals are always very impressive.
Mm-hmm.
That is very similar to what you would tell me whenever I pulled the sword at one point or another. It would always gain in power, never lose.
It's true. Marco, you're holding a very dangerous relic. Treat it with care.
You know I will.
No, you won't. But he trusts you with it all the same.
It's not like I'm gonna try to pick my teeth with it. Come on.
You've thought about it.
They seem to then stand up from where they were and look to themselves. I would rather be a lot more comfortable in armor.
Your magic armor may have been repurposed.
Oh, that armor. Oh, yes, it is. That is fine. I believe maybe I should... I probably shouldn't ask the king in this face. I would like to still have the emblem alongside me to show my oath to the Kingdom of Hyrule. But going up to him and saying that I am his guard captain who was destroyed, most likely will not be grand with the face that I currently wield.
If only you knew some kind of historically renowned armorsmith.
I know for a fact that you would be able to make me something that is far surpassing what I wish to have, but a simple chain shirt would be fine with me.
A simple chain shirt is never just enough. How many times must we have this conversation?
You see them for a second, just with the smile with their eyes closed, like, yeah, you can make me a fucking god, I get it.
Just so he's doubling the plate at this time.
Before we go on too many more tangents here, there is something that I've been wondering since you were in him. The now former king of the Zora, he said there was some kind of like impending catastrophe that he was trying to stop. Do you have any insight of what he may have been talking about?
I would only know things that would happen after I went inside of him, unfortunately. There was always a paranoia about them. Something that they wished to be stronger than.
Wasn't he just talking about how he thought that, like, Zora would, like, side with Demise or whatever? That whole stupid thing?
I wouldn't know, I'm sorry. The only one who would have information on that most likely would be him.
It was worth a shot.
I can go and speak to him if you would like.
No.
If you're gonna do that, we're going with you, but that'll come in a bit.
Link, you cannot just go by yourself anymore.
Oh, right, yes. I do have my duty to Miss Polo.
We also don't want you to die and not be able to bring back Jason.
Oh, right. Yes, that as well. I have died before.
Yes.
I'd rather you
anytime.
not do that again.
Unlike, well, actually, except for Marco here, probably we would all have at least 50 years to wait.
Should I tell my baby brother?
That has been a question Gorthus has been wondering and pushing into the back of his mind.
I have no idea if you should or not. I am.
That is probably a terrible idea. What, he won't believe you.
Or you can be honest with him.
I thought that he was.
He may in fact faint from everything that has happened with sensory overload, though.
Well, I'll play it by ear.
All right then.
You had all said that you had saved Mr. Donran.
Yes.
That's wonderful.
From death, we broke time. It was fantastic, and Gorthus thought we were going to break it all.
They look back
Really
to
broke
Ronan
up
whenever
that.
you say broke time again.
Hi.
It was intentional.
You
I don't
really
think I've
love
ever-
you really love playing in the God's wheelhouse, don't you?
It's necessary to help the people I care about.
No, that's perfectly fine. I have done many things that have been questionable to them as well, as I'm sure that Gorthos has also done.
Yes.
And if he has not, then I can easily tell you a couple of instances where that could be the case.
He's not hiding anything. He's just not expressing anything.
The only goddess that he seems to fully, completely take anything from is the mortal goddess.
I mean, I feel like we picked up on that.
What does that mean?
Every other one is more like a suggestion.
He's polite to them. Most of the time.
Gorthus, don't dig yourself into too much of a hole here. We do have two of them inside of our friends over here.
It's
Yes,
true.
he's aware.
Are you
He's
awake, by the way? Like banging on his head.
You hear no response still.
She's still sleeping.
He's sure the Oasis one is probably what he's never talked to. Maybe.
The Oasis?
Oh, yeah, I stuck my head through the hole and I found a oasis.
Doop, 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 doop.
And then there was a ex-god in it, and she says like, I'm gonna die soon. And I was like, oh, that's sad. You want to hop in my brain? And she was like, cool.
Do you
And
know the
then she
name of
did.
this god?
Sahao, I think.
Oh. I do
Is that
sense the
name?
presence of a god inside of you, but
Okay,
they're
so
very
she
weak.
is still there. Yeah, she kind of used a lot of her energy to help me, and I don't know how to. She's been quiet ever since.
They look over toward Polo. The one that seems to reside in you seems weak as well, but at least not in danger. I sense that the one inside of you, Mr. Ronan, may have a slight problem with them.
Like what?
Well, they do not seem to be a very strong god outside of their small domain. Using up the energy they did may have been near fatal for them.
How can I help? Do you know?
Unfortunately, from what I know of the world currently, there is no great fairy oasis to make your way to. Taking them back to their own domain may help.
I don't know if that's even still there.
I would say the best thing to do at that point would be to not rely on any of their energy, at least for the time being. Maybe it will stop the ebb of it from leaking from you. But I believe that if you had tried currently, you would be able to potentially absorb all that is left of that god. The power that they hold is unfortunately not as strong as those of the great gods, but definitely is nothing to sneeze at.
Is there like a way I can give her more energy aside from that?
Unfortunately, it is not entirely my area of expertise. Perhaps looks over to Polo. Perhaps your god might know something.
I could ask.
What are those
There-
things you just... What's up, Marco? You say something.
Well, we have the big dodecahedron thing. Of course, it was meant to charge our medallions, but I don't see why it couldn't have the potential to help the goddess, right?
Even if it's damaged, maybe.
I mean, maybe. Yeah, I mean,
Sure.
I
Be
guess we
more-
could try it.
It would be faster than Gorthos's idea.
And if it doesn't work, then we can try whatever Gorthos is thinking.
Oh, start a new cult.
Oh, well, I don't know about that.
Gods gain power from worship, Ronan.
It would be a rather interesting way to bring them back, yes.
Well, I feel like it'd take too long, is the thing.
Oh, definitely.
Zor
mean-
are long-lived.
You are an oracle now, so I mean, if you spread the word of a new goddess, I mean,
It would definitely
People
take
are
a
around
long
to listen.
while unless you were able to find some fanatics, yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that energy. Let's go try this other thing first.
Fanatics.
I heard the Lizalfos will worship just about anything.
Oh, they still do. Oh, they still act that way. Remember when we put a crown on top of a chew?
if you convince the bandit queen, maybe they'll worship the goddess as well.
Ah,
That is a lot of
wait.
that is a lot of fanatics.
Wait. That.
You know, it's funny that we're having this conversation as I'm on the cusp of learning the perfect cult making song.
And then, I mean, maybe we can have them worship both the sun god and this amazing
I
god.
don't like the idea of this. I don't like this idea. of me doing
We're
this.
trying to be helpful for your god friend, Ronan. Fine, we won't do the cult route. It doesn't usually work out in the end anyway.
Fine, we won't cult it up.
Oh man!
To be honest, Gorthos doesn't have a high success rate with that. It's not important. Never mind.
Are you why the Zolfos are buried like that?
No. Maybe. It's been a while.
Never thought about it.
Huh. Oh no. Gorthos has to reflect on some things, but first let's try the dodecahedron.
Yeah.
You
It's
guys
worth
wish,
a shot.
you guys wish to go back into the other room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing you guys will notice immediately upon going back to the other room, I almost grabbed grabbed Majin's body. He stay right here.
Majin is pushed through the wall.
One thing you guys would note immediately upon stepping into here would be that first off, the dodecahedron is definitely still giving off the same kind of energy as it did before. However, you would note that Jason/Link seems to be looking off toward the north of this place, as if something immediately caught their eye.
Over, is it this way north?
Yep, the place that you
Yeah.
guys are still sealed away from.
The desert. Something remiss.
Oh, one moment. Doop, 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 doop. They seem to immediately just make their way over there. They show no.
What
They
do you-
show no shot. No signs of returning.
What are you touching over there? How many times must he remind you if you're going to touch things, bring Gorthos?
Oh, I believe that you were trying to do something with that. My bad.
Gorthos doesn't have the power to turn that on.
I suppose I could aid with that. I do have some parts of that within me, and thanks to all of you.
And it's true. And it was damaged fairly recently.
They look back toward the wall, and then they go, okay, and they turn to look back.
I
We'll
see now.
still be there in a minute.
Man, I now see
They are the
why,
spirit of adventure, you see.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, a thing.
Ooh, a butterfly.
And Marco's body panic intensifying.
Polo, would you like to try
Anyway.
to aid them as well?
Yeah.
You guys all make your way back to the dodecahedron. As you do, once again, the tendrils are pushed back. Doop, doop, doop.
They all wiggle in unison.
As well as no, he's not on you anymore. Good. As each of them look off toward this thing, and one of you take this. Take it back with you. Get that out of here.
I'll put it over my machine.
That's right, you will. Anyway.
That's what he said he'd do.
as the four of you go around it, you will find that now that you have a near full other version of the Triforce, currently you don't need to roll anything for this. I would like one of you to roll the d20, please.
Ronan, do it.
I'll do
It's
it.
your god.
All right. Let's fucking go. Oh, that's not good.
I meant
It's
this
this
d20.
20. The big one.
Oh, the big. Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, we gotta
good.
roll the big one.
Good. I'm glad because that sucked.
Because it's
Oh no, what'd you roll
Weighted.
over there? Let me go.
Fuck you. How about that? This isn't much better, honestly.
As you see this happen, for a moment, it doesn't feel as if anything goes down. However, Ronan, you do slightly feel a sense of magic overwhelming you for a moment. As it happens, you hear a slight pained sound. However, you don't hear anything beyond. There was just a slight pained sound from inside of you.
I don't know if it worked. Hello? Can you hear me?
Okay.
What? What did she say?
Seem to say are okay.
I am okay if that's what you're asking, but you are very much not okay, and I'm trying to help that, so let's do this again.
we can't do it again. It's only once.
Dang it!
Dang.
Once per
Once
day
per
per
thing.
thing, yes. As you hear that's good.
That's I mean, thank you for helping me, but also I'm very worried. Okay.
But it does seem as if you are able to use this on said god.
Okay, well, I'm going to be coming back here probably daily if I can.
Every day forever.
Well, until
Then-
she's good enough again.
Shall we try the same for the sun god?
It's up to you, Polo.
Sure.
Since
God.
it seems to have worked for the Oasis Scotch, we try for to give power to the sun god.
I hear no objections. I hear no objections.
Currently, as you are sitting there, I'm just trying to move things about so it doesn't turn into a humongously deep voice real quick.
There's just that thing where she's just like, she's kind of usually in the assumption that Zolaire is at least half listening.
Yes.
So when she's just
usually.
like, I hear no objections.
I
I hear no
currently
objections.
do not have objections, no. Though
He does not
this
have objections.
This is an odd place. It almost feels as if this place is sitting outside of normal plane.
This place scares him.
That's normal.
It scares him. But he has no objection.
Would
This
you like
is definitely a different plane entirely.
Would you like to roll this for me then, Polo?
We the big
The big dice, yeah.
The big.
The big.
Ooh,
15. You
the highest
find
so far.
you find that there is a almost sigh of relief coming from inside of you. That is good, yes.
He is
I
satisfied.
feel, slightly stronger, not fixed or whole, but at least stronger.
Hmm. He seems content.
That's good.
You see a look going from Jason as they then look to this, step forward, and you see it rolling once more.
How
They
many
then-
nines today?
They then look to it, look down to themselves. I guess that would have been asking too much.
Probably.
I was trying to see if I could strengthen Jason inside of me.
Oh, I see.
But it does not seem as if that did anything.
Then, when in Rome,
You do look over, Marco, as they do say that, and you do notice the golden sword on their hip is giving off a slight glow.
Recharge the sword. I see. That makes sense. Well, since you did that with the sword, I'll use it for my sword.
Yeah, go ahead.
/mace/boomerang.
You can definitely
There
attempt
doesn't
to.
seem to be like an upper limit to how many times you can use it per day,
You
so...
can definitely attempt to do such a thing. You gain nothing.
I feel like we should separate the tokens from it when we roll.
You
Because
gain,
it's
Like, it very almost rolled on the 20, I'm not gonna lie here. If
You
I
gain
wasn't there,
nothing.
it probably would have. But yeah,
nothing is
Nothing.
gained.
nothing is gained. Oh well.
What is the
Any
plan,
other
then?
magical... The plan? Mm,
I'm sure all of you have some sort of idea of what you wish to do next.
well, we were
Gorthos,
going
what
to
are you
go to the
doing?
Lost Woods. Right? Okay.
Orthos, what you doing over here? Also, I can't hear you, Anthony. Oh. I guess they're dead. Deader than
Oh,
normal.
well, fuck.
All right,
Nico,
but
it's been 7 years. Oh.
Gorthos, what are you doing over here while they're doing that?
and while they're playing with the shape, he's checking the wall because clearly something caught fucking Link's attention.
As you search over this place, roll me for your instinct, please.
Yeah, sure. Nope.
Nothing immediately comes to mind. However, you do know that something apparently caught Link's eye from this.
Hmm. Is the opaque wall still even there?
Yep.
He pushes on it.
This is hard as
Taps
ever.
on it. Hmm.
You know that it is still hard because Ronan punched it earlier. The four of you
Oh,
would get off of the dodecahedron.
Well, he has no idea why you're so interested in it. It doesn't look any different.
You're inspecting it without me.
You walked away first.
I will have Link.
He just like
quote, unquote,
he just leans on the fucking invisible wall.
I'll have Link quote unquote roll. That is a 5. They look it over. As they do. I believe there is something about this place. They look at it and then they look back to you and give a shrug. Oh well.
That's the door to the desert, wherever that leads.
One of your little triangle thingies is there.
Oh, that
Maybe
might be
that's
it.
what it is.
There may be a piece of me on the other side of here.
I did not.
The same as
yet
that
to
dark.
really-
The same as that dark feeling I get from over there. Points here.
The Lost Woods. Yes. You know this place. It leads to all the generals' domains.
Things are again a little fuzzy.
Uncle Vol Circuit, Antivori, Uncle Majin. You've met Uncle Majin.
They look to you and like give like a really kind of look, like you expect that I'm gonna say any of those things to them.
You used to, and it's very endearing, even though they hated it.
Need I
They didn't hate it,
remind
said
you
it.
that I'm the one that killed 2 of them?
That was millennia ago. Letting people get over things.
Isn't that
Do they?
technically the same for him?
Do they?
Or am I mixing that up with somebody else killing Gorthos?
I did
No.
do that once, but
Yes,
it wasn't really them.
it was complicated, and again, it had something to do with it. But still, of course, he forgives you. you've been forgiven for many years.
That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Oh, well, they're back and walking around, it seems like.
Ganon?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we haven't really seen him. We've seen Demise.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel such a great evil.
You don't feel it?
I feel a great evil, of course, coming from that direction, motions over toward the forest. But nothing on the power that I had once felt from the beast known as Ganon.
People are praising his name and destroying things in it. Aghanim and Vati are around doing that very thing.
More names I haven't heard in a long time.
Tell him about it.
I do not know what to say. As one who fought and defeated that creature, I do not sense it anywhere. Maybe it is because of this place, but even whenever I was in the other place, I didn't really seem to feel it.
Well, I mean, we were told that they were trying to revive them or something, right?
Oh.
So they're not around yet.
Oh, so there is still time then.
Hopefully.
Sorry, I only know certain things, not everything.
And unfortunately,
Yes.
us needing to
fine.
kill a giant rock, that could speed up the process.
Demise is guardian
Well,
of sorts.
let us get to a place where we believe that we are comfortable and you all can come up with a plan. And I will follow whatever it is you wish.
All right, then.
He never did like doing the planning and the follow through.
Well, I would mostly just try to make my way through as they seem to start walking into the opaque wall. But at,
So
the
I
that's
moment,
can't follow you in there.
but at the moment, I don't think that you said that I should go out by myself.
Like,
Why can you just do that?
because
look-
they're already over there.
They look to it. They look back. Can you not?
No.
pushes on the fucking wall.
They get behind you and try to push.
Pushing on wall. Come on, Curse, let me trick you to thinking I've been over there with magic or whatever.
Wait, no, switch. Gorthos will hold on to you. Go.
Oh, okay, all right. They go in. You get stuck by your fingies.
Jack! He needs those.
Strange.
So what do you so you don't know what's letting you do that then?
Perhaps it's because I've been there before. Whenever I was defeating Vol Circuit.
Or that the Triforce piece is over there too.
That is also something. Well, I don't know. I don't
Probably
wish to go
that
over there by
one.
myself.
Oh, good. Oh, do you know that Zelda is walking the mortal plane again?
I got a brief glimpse of them whenever I was brought into this form, yes.
We need to find her. She wandered off again. At least it's on this same plane, so Gorthos can't complain that much.
Well, if all of you cannot make your way this way, then this way is mostly left to that then. Maybe it will become useful in some way, but currently, shrugs.
One thing at a time. We've always been bad at that.
Shall we then make our way back up then? Maybe to a place where I can feel the world a little bit stronger?
Yes, this place
Sure.
is cramped and damp.
Would you guys like to return to WitchCon, or would you guys like to return somewhere else?
WitchCon. That's
Yeah.
what Gorthos wants to, for like 5 different reasons, and 3 of them are very selfish, and one's really funny.
Bloop. And most likely because everybody's in the other area, bloop. You guys make your way back. Jason stepping behind you, looking about at everything as they walk. As you guys get to the very top of this place, you guys find that what appears to be a normalcy has spread among everyone. Currently, Master Rova is still asleep. However, you find that their assistant is currently allowing them to sleep on them. You find that Caliburn is floating around looking at different things up at the ceiling. You find that most everybody who was at least somewhat conscious has spread out a little bit, attempting to aid those who are around if they need it. Currently, Ellen and Riva has settled themselves down and have taken out some of their items all about. Callity is sort of off by themselves, looking off toward the prisoner that is off to the side. Adam being standing out right outside of them, but is not as close as he was, since you guys would have told him that he's not going to run anywhere. At this point, upon returning to this place, Polo, you would find that the three tendrils that are with you, two of them seem to somewhat dissipate from you and move themselves into the sky. As a slight bit of that darkened silk appears on the ceiling above you.
Oh.
Did I get my hearts back?
Yeah.
Wee.
No, they're permanently gone forever.
It's so silky smooth, but my soul is leaving me.
So did Avori, y'all ate the cake, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Did the wish ever get fully granted, or is that gone?
I mean, the whole cake was eaten, so I asked Avori, I guess.
It did work. Yes, it took a little bit, but it worked. Speaking of Avori,
Unless anybody wants to follow up on that.
The wish was to completely understand who was casting the spell and causes madness. It was Forrester
We already know.
Vati.
Because it was interrupted, though, that most likely would not have been the true wish, Gorthos.
Gorthos hates this wish cake nonsense.
Because they wouldn't have been able to make a wish because they were cursed and destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Most
The
likely,
wish was never granted.
most likely that does mean that
Okay.
there is a wish to be granted.
He just puts the picture back in the bag. There's one book he's talking about right now.
What are you going to do?
Maybe I shouldn't piss them off right now.
Gorthos is understanding that a wish may or may not have been granted yet. And to make her angry at Gorthos at this moment would be counterproductive.
Hmm.
Gorthos always has time anyway.
Mm-hmm. Shall we ask her then?
You see, there is a bit of
Absolutely.
apprehension from the person here as they look over toward where Ivori is.
Why are you slinking away like that? They're not going to hurt you.
I'm not entirely sure that's true.
That's completely true.
Mhm.
She knows what's good for her. She won't.
She
Why would she do that?
There have been many times that one has done things that are not entirely prevalent as to why.
She did try to.
She has her secrets and her ways. It's fine. She's always had a good reason, Gorthos assures you.
She did cast Hellfire on the mortal goddess.
She did do that.
And I
She
then
knew
put that
that
spell into this
she-
dagger in my pocket.
She knew Zelda wouldn't actually truly be hard from that.
Still hurts.
Well, yes, Ivori isn't a perfectly good person. But she wanted someone dead. They would need a flashy show of hellfire for it.
1 second. I gotta use it because it's here.
There she is. She can hear us the entire time.
As you guys
Oh,
have
look,
been
it's
saying
everything will
Ivori,
be-
Ivori, 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 you guys see
Yeah.
stepping up towards you, and Ivori.
Now look, we'll just talk to her and it'll be hi, Ori.
Heard you'll eat the cake without me.
What did you want us to do when you fell unconscious?
Eat the cake without me.
I suppose we could have
Exactly.
shoved some down your throat.
That wouldn't have been a good idea.
Probably
You
not
would
new.
have choked and died.
Hmm. They look at each of you. I thought you had planned on making your way away.
Things went an interesting way. We may have stepped into the domain of the time goddess again. Link is back.
Looks around, looks over toward Jason.
They're inside her.
We'll say hello to your niece view.
They look over toward Jason. Jason looks back. Auntie Vori. There is a stare. They look back to you. Told you they wouldn't like it.
What do you mean? She's terrible at showing emotion on her face. It's fine. Ivori, yes.
So that one is not Jason.
Sort, kinda. They're both possession. Broken souls and the like. The realm he knows too well. But it's fixable. Actually, genuinely fixable.
Which one
Not
is this
hopefully
then?
fixable.
Which one is this then?
Currently, it's...
Looks past them to see Hosier, looks back to all of you.
It's technically Link at the wheel, so to speak.
Hosier's brother.
In this reincarnation, yes.
Oh, the Hyrule champion.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you died. Exploded or something. I got better?
The Triforce pieces. It seems that Link was more inexplicably tied to courage than neither of us had ever actually imagined, turns out.
Looks them up and down. Well, does that mean that Jason and Matilda are gone?
No.
Not necessarily, that's true. We can still fix this, all of them. It's gonna take some finagling and maybe talking to the Skull Kid.
Why the Skull Kid?
Matilda is lost in the Lost Worlds.
Oh.
Because there's a million of him.
And they can, and a million of him can find them.
I see. That would be useful, I suppose.
He'd introduce you to the Skull Kid, but he thinks you might disintegrate him.
Let's find out.
Not that it would matter. Not that it matters.
Just another like half melted one walks out.
Just like a thumbs up, just like a little thumbs up.
Well, first things first. Did you see what I gave you, Gorthos?
It was genuinely heartwarming.
You've already
Before
said
we-
too much.
He has not, but we'll wait on that.
Now, what were you speaking of before? Why were all of you staring at me?
The wish.
Hmm.
You didn't actually get the wish.
I've been planning on using it.
On?
I was going to return the magic to all of those who had lost it.
That is extremely altruistic, if not also for your own benefit at the same time.
I am one that lost magic, yes. I would rather not have to find other ways of getting it back.
That's
don't
what I
know
would
if-
have suggested.
I don't know if resting will do the trick or not. That being said, you've just given me another idea.
Did he now?
If Princess Matilda is lost in the Lost Woods, perhaps a wish to find them. They are my student, after all.
Finding Matilda would be the easiest of the options we have.
Easy.
Getting Jason back has been...
You find that finding someone in the Lost Woods would be easy. They're known as the Lost Woods, you know, Marco. Not only are you trying to find someone from a specific time, but you're trying to bring them from that into this time. Perhaps you've been lucky in the past, but that would be, what, if they're lost there from what you've all said of it, 1,000 years ago?
On one hand, sure, but we've also met a sage in there who had met Matilda at that point, from what I'm remembering, right?
Mm-hmm.
If she's still there, her being there might also have a chance to connect us to where Matilda ended up.
So you wish to move this sage back into the Lost Woods, where they will then go through the Lost Woods and potentially get lost in the Lost Woods.
I thought she was still in the Lost Woods. I've been unconscious for a
you guys
while.
brought them all out.
Right.
Yeah.
She is currently outside of the woods, ready to attack the rock.
I forgot that.
Yeah. She is currently awaiting our signal to decimate the rock to defending demise. But that's neither here nor there.
At the
The
very
Lost
least,
Woods
there's
require a guide to get you through safely. Either a Kokiri or a Korok is needed to get you through without getting lost in the Lost Woods. When you enter, there's no telling how you'll exit. You'll either exit at another place in time and completely entirely, or you'll be turned into a stall or a skull kid or something similar.
Well, we do have 2 fairies with us.
that still sounds easier than piecing back together Jason's mind. We don't even know how to start with that.
I mean, my brother was able to traverse the woods without any issue at all. He just went through it.
Which brother is this?
Brother Vega.
Your family is weird.
The fuck you mean?
You'd have that gift of his at the time.
The cloak had nothing to do with his going through the Lost Woods.
No, definitely not. You require a fairy or a Korok.
Or he just spent so
Have
much
we
time
not-
there without realizing it. He was immortal, wasn't he?
He was just
could've just
walking around for
prefaced his
hundreds of
right-
years.
Yeah. Not even
It's-
realizing it.
That's the difficult part, isn't it?
Well, I mean, when Vega hopped out and he was like, "Yeah, I've been looking for you for a month."
He apparently at least spent a month in there, or something
He was at
similar.
least in there for a month.
But he made it out. Is
But he
the
was-
thing.
Yeah, he made it out though, and with no time displacement. So
Well-
that's still something.
Ivori, clearly you have to understand by now that the newer generations of beings of this world break the laws of convention at every given moment if they get the chance.
Vega could have been following his nose the whole time.
And you have to understand, brother, that testing this time and time again means there's only a higher chance of you all failing and everything being doomed.
I could seek out specifically demise. But that's as far as I can go with my senses.
You're pretty sure as well, Polo, that you could get to demise without the need of anything. You could just walk
And
into the forest and go straight there.
Yeah, no, she's just like,
I could just go in and then, hello, Mr. Demise.
Yes,
Fancy the weather.
there are contingencies in these built in. He understands that pressing hit our luck as often as we do is going to be a losing game at some point, but you can't argue our results, Ivor.
I can.
Well, yes, you can, but you can argue that water isn't wet.
Your last results resulted in the complete actual destruction of half of the strongest mages in all of Hyrule.
It's his fault we were betrayed.
You're right, it was mine. That being said, it was possible for those who think they know everything to be let down. Though I do agree with you, getting the hero back is something that is crucial. Do you not believe that getting the princess back is just as much?
It is just as crucial. It's just there are potential avenues that aren't.
As I mentioned, eventually Matilda will most likely go down their path, which means that we should be able to find them. That being said, we would most likely just find a second Jason at that point. But they would still be safe. They would just not be Matilda.
Then they're also without the Ocarina of Time currently, which apparently was a huge part of her journey.
What are you arguing? I'm arguing with you.
I don't know. What he's saying is...
What are we talking about?
I have lost track of this whole conversation.
I was
those
saying
things we
that
have better avenues to find Matilda than using the wish, as the wish could be used to empower everyone here again.
I was saying that if we did not use the wish for Matilda, that eventually Matilda would make it out on their own. That being said, they might not be as Matilda as you would know them, but they would still be alive, which is the most important thing. Yes, alive without any of their actual understandings and thoughts, and think that there's someone completely different.
And in that case, do we
alive.
have Matilda or not?
I mean, I think we should try
Thank you, Polo.
So if I'm understanding the part now, if I'm following the conversation, you were deducing that we used the wish to rescue Matilda before we would have found her as Jason.
Yes.
But if we do that, we are getting Jason either way, and we have Jason right here. But it is not Jason, it is Link. So then, if we do this, we now have 3 Jasons.
What I'm saying, I don't exactly understand exactly what you just said, but that we retrieve Matilda before they become Jason. The only way to do that is to find them in the Lost Woods, at which point I could just wish it. You would find the path completely visible to you, and you could make your way to her and rescue her. She would still have some issues, I'm sure, because of what happened, but she would be safe. As far as Jason is concerned, from what I can tell, the one here in front of us is just possessing Jason. We have Jason. We do not have the princess.
I think that's...
You can't argue this logic, bro.
Yeah, I think it might, because like you said, we have Jason here, and we can.
You guys also
We have Jason at home.
You guys also know.
Jason at home.
You guys
We
also
have
know.
Jason at home.
You guys also know, despite Link not bringing this up, because they're arguing for the opposite. They're like, no, we need to get Jason back because I'm in their body and I want them back. That Link had said whenever they are fully put back together, they should have some way of retrieving Jason.
Yeah.
So there is a way to get Jason back without the wish, but they would like to get this settled very soon, obviously. Link is like, no, let's do the Jason thing. I don't even know who this Matilda is.
They're Jason!
Exactly.
They're one and the same, but very different.
But no, Ivory is arguing for getting Matilda. Link is arguing for getting Jason because they're like, Matilda will eventually become Jason, which means that they're not in danger like Jason is. But again, Polo is correct with the whole, but would that really be Matilda?
Ronan is in that same camp, I think, as well.
Yeah. We'll find another way to fix the mage problem. Let's use this switch then.
We mages will find some way of gaining power, even if we have to study or do some other drastic means, or maybe just sleep it off. I don't know what goes on with it.
Wait a minute.
Study? Gorthus hasn't seen you read a book in millennia.
We already powered gods with it. What's to say we can't help the mages with it?
Because you are powering something inside of yourself. You weren't empowering yourself. You know you can't do that. Because Galen tried.
Yep.
Honestly, this whole turnaround, this whole winding conversation just tells me, Aster, I was right the whole time.
Congratulations. I knew that you were the smartest one here.
Hey,
Thank you.
I mean, she is.
you don't have to say it out loud.
Excuse you. Over.
Also, what happened to them? Points toward
Fair-
points toward Acer and points toward Z.
What about them?
I don't know. I guess suddenly you have been absolved of your shame.
What?
Oh yeah, you've
We've been able to
kinda-
see your forms since everything with the dodecahedron.
You
no,
see
with the
Z's-
time magic.
You see Z's eyes go wide and they cover themselves.
You're already clothed.
As you see Aster just like, oh, cool.
Yeah, ever
Well,
since the time winding and all that, we've been able to see you as plain as Daisy. And you too, Aster.
They jump into
Arthur saw
Ronan's
you.
bag.
It's nothing to be ashamed of, little buddy.
Arthos thought you were just finally comfortable with us, and also Acer just forgot.
I didn't even notice.
See?
That's fine.
Hmm.
I like it better when you
I
can
mean-
pick me up without grabbing my head.
Is that what I've been doing?
You were grabbing her by the head.
Sometimes you pull on my hair a little bit.
The
I
audacity.
don't mean, Polo.
She's
How could
mostly
you do
been
that
just-
to her?
She's mostly just been grabbing Acer like you would like cup something, like you would like cup water or something.
That would-
She
that
hasn't
would
been
mean-
just like yoink.
That would mean that Aster has been floating in strange positions, yes.
An narcoleptic
That would in
floaty
fact
thing.
mean that Acer has been basically floating while probably laying down in a sleeping position, yes.
As the narcoleptic fairy ought to.
Yeah, no, she's been
Fascinating.
again. She's been just like every time she's carried around Acer, she's just cupped her in her hands. Like being just very careful because I don't know where your parts are. Your light ball.
If that is decided, then they start to make their way. They grab at Link's hand and start to pull them away. I will go and make this wish. Because this one is still connected with them, perhaps that would help. Doop, 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 doop. Ah.
Do you think Ortho should leave them alone?
I was wondering if we shouldn't go with them to see if we can't help, but
They seem to be making their way toward the treasury.
Oh, perfect. Corthus can kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Let's go.
okay.
Dooba-dooba.
Mm,
Do you wish to follow Gorthos?
He is following already. He is following as we speak.
What about the rest of you? Are you guys gonna stay here?
Polo's not really sure if there's much she can do with following around and going to the treasury.
You could start on
there's-
maybe finding some clothing for our friend. Motions over towards your guys' prisoner over here.
Oh yeah, we gotta get him clothing.
yes, I should probably be able to find some at the home.
Because
Yes,
they
that's
are
what I will do.
Because they are a Sheikah, giving them some sort of Sheikah weave may be interesting. However, if you wish to make it to where they're not as imposing, maybe keeping that out of it would also be good. That is up to you.
I don't think I have any Sheikah weave back at home, but I should have some spare clothing, or at least,
A
or-
simple
or
leather
at
cloak
least-
would most likely be good.
oh, I could fashion something like that relatively quick with some of my leftover fabrics.
To be honest with you, I am still a little weary of them, so giving them any sort of grand thing might be a little antithesis to what we want to do.
I mean, at the same time, maybe something that isn't absolutely gaudy might actually maybe help extend some sort of olive branch, even if just temporarily.
Perhaps.
Then I will procure such things for our new compatriot, Mr. Varos.
If you do not mind, I could join you.
Yes,
don't really
I would
have
love the company.
I don't really have any way of doing anything with it. However, I would like to watch you work.
Yes, of course, Miss Obera.
What of the two of you? We obviously have to wait here until the wish is done, and whatever is going on with them, we want them out of their blood-soaked clothing.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they got it handled. Try to finish practicing that new song that Jasna gave me.
Might be good.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
What about you? You gonna try swinging that sword around a bit?
To get the hang of it, yeah, I guess. I have no idea how long Link will be Jason, so if I can figure out how to use this thing as well as I can until she's back.
You could also
probably-
maybe get a
probably
little
be
bit
good.
of alone time with your beast over there.
Huh?
Motions over to the horse.
Right, the horse, duh.
Right,
forgot
I
there was
own
a
that.
horse here. Right, I own that somehow.
Right, I own that and haven't named it.
I'm gonna be real here. I didn't realize that I specifically owned it. I thought
Yeah,
that was
those
just
are
one of
yours.
the horses that we were. Hell yeah.
Both of the horses are yours. Currently, one of them is being over with Kuro and them, but this is the one that you had at your carriage.
Marco
I
over
mean,
here being a tamer
the one
without
that-
being a tamer.
The one that allowed you to drift.
The drift horse.
Tokyo
the deja
drifting.
vu horse.
You know what?
Tokyo drifting through the fucking Lost Woods.
There we go. Because it's Zelda, there always has to be a Zelda, a Link, and a
Oh my god. Perfect.
There was legend of an old horse that was named Epona, so why not Epona? Maybe it was my grandfather's horse named Epona.
Who knows,
And
man?
thus a new reign of blood began.
Epona, the thoroughbred of sin.
The fucking
We
Elden
need to-
Ring boss. Like,
We meet together after all these years.
Yes, if you guys would like to mess about, one thing that you would note, Marco, upon doing this, I would like you to roll me for your allure, please. If you're wanting to spend some time with your
course.
horsey.
I would love to spend some time with my horsey. Let's see here. My allure is, and yeah,
It's one of
Let's
your
roll.
only two stats you have nothing in. Yes.
it's one of my only two stats with nothing in it, and I have not. And I showered sometime recently, but it's already worn off. Let's see here. Come on, let me
I'm
get
sure
a
I've
good roll.
showered at some point, correct? No, but
Fuck off. That's a 9.
you hang around with your horse. You do find that whenever you are on your horse, again, looking at your riding hero things, you are able to always have your extra abilities with it. You do also find that just me telling you, your blade beam does also work with overwhelm. It will not help it with the critical, but it will help you hit. From that being said, you do find that it is a rather smooth ride. The horse is not affectionate with you. It is still a war horse at this point, but you are getting some nice alone time with it. You make your way up toward like the grassy areas up at the top of things, around where the large temple is, to just sort of be around it, to be with it.
Yeah.
Ronan, as you are attempting to learn your song some more, why don't you give me a diligence check? I'm guessing you're using your violin for this,
yeah.
since you feel more comfortable with that.
Mm-hmm.
You can do it. Get your cult song going.
As a
That's a
10.
15.
Only one more time, please.
Okay.
16.
That's 16.
altogether. Let me find the nocturne thing that I have for you from the last time you did this.
We got nat 20 did the last time.
Yeah, the last
didn't
time was like a fucking 24 or something like that. Okay, yeah. As you attempt to do things, as you are playing things about, you do find that as you are doing such a thing, you find that a Z crawls out of your bag and attempts to harmonize with you, but is still very shy about it. They are currently wishing to aid you, but at the same time they're like, eh. Which is why you got the extra D20.
Hear a muffled song coming from my bag.
You find that yes, you are able to fully understand at this point the Nocturne of Shadow.
Oh.
An ancient song that, despite many attempts, cannot be forgotten. Those who have the power to perform the song may either perform it as a full song or a short excerpt. Full song requires a minute to perform. It takes you to the mines of Kakariko Village, yada yada. We already know those things. The short excerpt requires 1 minute to perform. While playing this song on a magical instrument, the user may attempt to read or change the thoughts of those around them to be more in line with their own beliefs, either taking or removing hold of another over them. So you can either take hold. You can either take hold of their mind or remove hold of another over them. You can either read their thoughts or change their thoughts. The user may then change the target's memory to what they wish. Those with a strong dark origins are immune to this song. So you can't use it on Ganon.
What? Damn.
What?
There goes my whole plan.
Well, at least you can still use it on Aghanim.
Do it, it'll be really funny.
Aghanim, did you not realize you were a hero all along, but also our butler? And also the worst. You are still the worst.
Aghanim, didn't you know that you're supposed to be dead?
Oh, you're right there.
All right. How could I be so silly? Excuse
I
me.
am Bones. You're correct. Lays down, gets buried.
Old Fish Zora.
Just in case.
Mr. Old Fish Zora, man. Don't you realize that you've forgotten that you had Alzheimer's?
You've forgotten you have Alzheimer's.
Did you forget that you have dementia? And that this was actually all mine?
I'm actually
Man,
the
you're
king,
right.
you see. I'm the son of the king.
Who are you?
Funny. But yes, you are able to complete the song. After you finish it, you do immediately feel a rustle in your bag as they go back inside. They're like, eh.
Can you not turn it back on?
See, the big thing with them is, to them, they always see themselves like this, and they just cover themselves in a light, but they still see fairies like this. They don't know if they can turn it back on, because they've never really seen just a light ball of a fairy.
Ah, I see.
They're always able to see themselves like this. Just like all the
Is it on yet?
wizards.
I don't
usually do.
know.
As all the magicians usually can. Gorthos, as you make your way
Yes.
into there, you do find that as soon as you get there, there is first a bit of a hard time getting through, as ba-bump. Ba-bump.
How do you open it? Wait, how does this open?
There is just seemingly some kind of a field that is there attempting to stop you from going too forward. That being said, the field does not fully keep you there. You do find, what is it?
Gorthos wants to help.
What exactly do you want to help with? I'm making a wish.
Why exactly do you need to be in the vault with Link in a vault to make a single wish?
Because there are things here that I'm reminded that I don't really like you seeing.
What do you mean?
I've noticed
Can't
it's
stand my
gone.
bad dragons, Gothos.
Oh,
Fuck off.
my bad dragons. Oh no. Oh geez. Oh man.
Open the door.
Fine.
You can never know. You can never know, Link. You can never know, Link.
Allow them to enter. As you do find standing over by where the things, the racks of clothing and thing are. you do find that there's a Jason standing there. By the way, I mean a Link, and you see.
Oh. Did you know that was what he was going to make?
Oh, I just got some armor over here. They asked about it when they saw it. It's a lot more comfortable.
It looks it.
Yeah.
Not to
Oh,
mention,
seriously.
if I would have had you do something, I'm sure it would have been made of some kind of moblin toes or something.
He only has one of those, and he wouldn't use it this time.
It's
Also,
already
they're
been
good for reinforcing steel.
It's also been used.
They're also smelly.
You would have known that if you paid attention. The smell goes away when it's quenched in. Well, it doesn't matter when it's quenched in.
I just feel a lot
we don't
more
need to worry about that.
comfortable. I just feel a lot more comfortable the more armored I am. And to be honest, I'd rather not take too much time to perfect things. We've never really seen too much eye to eye on that, though, I think. I just sort of use whatever's around.
He knows, but. I mean, there was adamantine just lying around in the ground.
Eventually,
Wouldn't take that much
that
time.
seized up whenever I was swimming through the lake, though. Swimming is a generous way to put that. Shut up.
Gorthos swims the same way. What do you mean?
Either way, I did need them here to attempt to divine, but I felt that they were relatively uncomfortable. They look over to Ivori, they look back to you.
Who are you?
So you did like me calling you auntie.
See?
I can take it back. They shut up.
You won't.
I will.
Mm,
I can bar both of you from here, you know. Also,
could.
put it back. He looks to you.
Put what back?
You know what it is.
You couldn't possibly know. Maybe you should be more specific.
The picture you took.
A
It is
picture of who?
better to have everything here where it is safe, don't you think?
Oh, yes. But when he saw it, he couldn't help himself but be reminded of all the good times we all had together. And I'm sure he's sure that you'd want to keep this one especially close. He understands. He'll put it back.
Favio's enhanced pictograph, the one that we had refurbished by the artisan. You see them sort of look with a slight just sense of embarrassment about them.
No, don't you feel like an ass?
How do you always make him feel like he's the bad guy and everything? He pulls
Why
out the
else would you have
picture.
grabbed it from here?
To reminisce and also rub it in your face because it's very funny to him.
And that's why you're the bad guy!
No, that's how he's a brother. In all honesty, though, Ivori,
It was a crush.
it's
It never could have happened. They were always destined to grow, whereas I am here, like this. I guess we haven't talked about this. It's like they're about to be like, we've talked about this.
one of the few things he never did press you on, in all honesty. He just go to put it back.
Not all of us fall for other immortals, brother.
That Happened to be interesting circumstance. Could have easily not have been Zelda.
Could have easily not have been Zelda. You've talked to them constantly from the moment you met them. Even before,
Oh.
even before you were Gorthos.
Not constantly talked. At first, it was empty banter.
Oh, please. The first thing you said to me at the time that you had kept them with you was you had such an interesting group of people trapped in your dungeons. Whenever I went to look, it wasn't even a dungeon. The true dungeons were below that. You had them in simply a suite.
They weren't allowed to leave without escorts.
And then they left without an escort
All
to
they
come and
escaped.
attack me.
That part, he asked very nicely not to do.
It was needed.
It's just not helping his case here right now.
I needed to defeat the four of you. Without that, the shield over Demise would not have been broken.
Well, yes, but we could have found a way around the shield. We couldn't have, but Gorthos hopes that one day we would have.
Either way,
Vori, in all honesty, in seriousness, no jokes, no nothing like that. He's sorry. But
you don't have to be sorry. It was just a prank. I've done worse to you.
debatable.
But thank you.
Hmm.
And
You know
even
you
then,
never
it was
need to
just a crush. It's not like I cared or anything.
You objectively had to have cared.
For like a moment.
Before we traveled with him for years.
And he was annoying for those years.
But
We're done talking about this. We don't need to talk about this anymore.
surely you'll find another equally annoying person out there if you just took the chance to. Maybe they'll annoy you in a different way.
Are we going to make this wish or not?
You've always held the power for that one, Avori.
Just to be sure, we are wishing to know the whereabouts of Matilda and to be able to find them safely.
Yes.
They seem to, for a moment, close their eyes. The power is still here. Dwindled slightly, but it should be alright. They seem to call the power slightly to them, but you do notice that they seem to somewhat flinch, as they seem to recall the pain that happened to them last time they did this.
When he sees that, he puts a gentle hand on her.
If it backfires again, don't even try it.
He's going to try it.
Why do you think
But
I
it
tried to
won't.
leave you behind?
Because you love him too much.
Link cut off his arm. Now? If he tries it! I cannot confirm or deny.
It's okay. He's not wearing any metal, and you can just put it right back on.
We wish to be able to find and secure the princess safely in the Lost Woods. The power that is gathered here, make it so. There is a rumbling. Those in the other room would feel it as well, as things begin to settle themselves. The only ones who is not there currently would be Polo, who is currently back at the home. We'll get to them in a second because there's another person at home.
Yay.
But as things sort of go through, you find Ivori opens their eyes, a slight mysticism about them as they step forward and grab onto a parchment in front of them. As they grab it, you find that a picture seems to be forming. An overworld picture showing the Lost Woods. As she grips onto it, this sort of map generates itself. There are several points throughout the map that seem to encircle themselves. Some of them having numbers. Very vastly different numbers. The last of which, appearing over from what you understand to be the Forest Temple, to be the number 1000. As she retrieves her wing, she looks down to it, the mystic energies leaving her eyes. Seems there are several points in which you can try to grab her.
Why are they numbered so weirdly?
I believe these are the years that she would be there. Lost throughout
That says
the woods.
1,000.
This is the earliest point I believe that Matilda would have been there. Perhaps the time that she would have been sent there at first. 1,000 years ago. The same night that everything happened. I worry
Same.
that that would be the worst time to get them. If you are found by that creature that we lost against, the one that apparently that prisoner had spoke of, you could die. But that is going to be the most Matilda that would be remaining. The rest of them would have lived days or weeks beyond, maybe even adjusting to the name Jason. Eventually here, they motion over toward one of the more recent ones that just says like 100 on it, would be when they pulled the sword from their pedestal. That is the time that it ends, where Matilda ends and Jason fully begins. It is up to you. It seems the further back you go, the more difficult it may be to get. The safest one is here. There will not be any darkness, nothing that can permeate the grove that the Master Sword would be in. This would be ideal, but I would not know how much of the princess is left. The 1,000 here. I know by mentioning it, you would feel this would be the ideal. But if you such as make a single mistake, you and the others would be destroyed. You were not able to destroy that when you were at full strength, with 100 heroes behind you. Gorthos, I tell you now, do not make a mistake if you go here. Do not try to change anything. Everything will end if you do. This is not the greatest music for this.
Yeah. It was going good for a little bit.
It was going kind of like do, yeah.
It was like Forest Naval for like Pikmin there turned into.
This is not the time that you should interact with anything. Grab her and go if you go here. Do not dally. And when I say that, Gorthos, I sincerely mean it. Please do not dally. I know what I do then, and I know what they do then. If you care for those you bring into that forest, do not dally here. If you do go, grab her and go. Promise me.
Gives you his word that if we go there, we will retrieve Matilda, and we will make it back.
Your wording scares me, Gorthos. If I give you this paper, you have to bring it back. I will accept nothing less. You are not the only one at stake here. Everyone you bring into that forest is. Despite a miracle, if you interfere, you will die.
He promises he won't try and...
miracles, but from what you said before, I know that you do. If it were to happen, I would be very happy about it, but please do not rely on chance. The past is the past, the future is now.
He promises he will not try and change the past.
And one more thing. Do not interfere with me then either.
He won't.
They hand the paper over.
He takes it and just looks over it.
You feel that it is a simple map, but looking at it, you are filled with the understanding of exactly how to go to each of the different points in time that are listed here. Again, upon holding it, you do know that the best chance for Matilda to still be Matilda is that 1,000 year. The other ones aren't bad. And again, the absolute safest would be to grab her when she gets the sword. Nothing will happen bad in that scenario.
He promises, Ivori. Everything's gonna be all right.
They look to the paper. They look back to you. And keep these words at heart. I am not speaking to anyone until I see you again.
He supposes now he has to try even harder then.
They blink. They look to you with a sad but hopeful look, but they do not respond. Wow.
What?
This is more than I would have expected from you, Ivori. I've never seen this side of you. They glare at Link.
Link, he assures you you have.
I'm sorry then that I have forgotten. Maybe it will come to me one day.
It always does.
I'll keep them all safe. Doop, 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 doop. With the confidence of the adventurous hero with the Triforce of Courage, they just strut out after saying that.
Gorthos makes it look like he's gonna go, but he does turn back around and he hugs Ivori tight.
They allow it. They do not fight back against it at all. They seem almost as they are sort of just not slumped in your hands, but definitely pushing towards you with a worried, seemingly gait about them. They trust you. They seem to trust you with the look they give you, but you cannot help but feel a great sadness from them as they seem to be preparing to never see you again.
You can't die yet, Ivori. There's still so much to do. Besides, he can't possibly rest knowing that you still haven't gone out to find out your new Fabio. So, they'll be back before you know it. Don't get comfy talking to nobody.
There's a slight twist of the beak, but no response. As you walk out with a laugh, you get no sass, you get no gripping at your robes. Ivori has, again, the slightest of smiles across their beak, but does not do anything you would expect an Ivori to do in that moment. They do not stop you. They do not try to grab you. They do not try to reinforce things to you. They do not get angry. They just allow you to leave.
Once the vault door closes, his shoulders slump and he just this is a long exhale, just
There is a look back to you from Link. They put their hand out to you. You just have to listen to her.
one of those takes her hand. You know, he's been awful at that since you've known him.
That being
But
said,
he's gonna
the rest of us haven't given such a strong promise.
You didn't see it, Link. The thing we fought. I genuinely believe that might have been Ganon. We'll have to see. But
I've seen very terrifying creatures recently as well, but none that I have been afraid of. Maybe some that have ended me in the past, but I will treat this life with a lot more care than I usually do. It is not my body after all.
All right, he has to do the same. This is his last life after all.
Then we must make it count.
Absolutely. Besides, well, he told Ivori there's too much to do. Like yelling at Zelda.
They take your hand, as they do. They sort of try to pull you a bit over with them. You find that your body of the wizard hero does not like physical touch. It's like grumble grunt.
What was that? Don't mind him. It's fine.
But you are able to be pulled further toward everyone. At this point, the boon thing you guys would be waiting on is Polo. Polo, as you would make your way back to the area, I would like to ask, we are at 4 hours. Do you guys mind going a little bit later, or do you guys want to start off next game with this?
I don't mind going later. This is, I think, because of my work schedule, the last time I'll have Tuesday off, so I can definitely go for longer.
Everyone?
I always like going long in this game. Why the fuck you asking me?
Emerald, are you fine?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll go on for a little bit longer then. As all of you would go off and do your separate things. Polo, you and Obra would step in, your tendril still being out with you as you step through the threshold. Upon stepping through said threshold, you would hear excited yelps coming from upstairs.
Huh? Oh.
As there is a crashing sound. You're hoping that wasn't what you thought it was. And then a seemingly looking up, a small dog looking down at you as it jumps.
Oh!
She just tries to like go under so she can grab him.
Roll
Just
me
catch
for your
him.
finesse.
Oh man, can't wait for her to just freaking just boom, just on the fucking floor. It's like, you're back! Oh my god!
19.
19.
You're fine.
He roundhouse kicks you in the face.
As you grab Orion, who has jumped down from the second floor of this place and is just on you. As it is on you and sort of just wagging tail, nuzzling up with you, it looks to the tendril.
Oh, hello. Oh,
Eyes
yes.
narrow.
Orion, meet Ophi. They saved me. And we've made a pact. They are our new friend.
Ophi looks to Orion. Orion looks to Ophi. There's a slight growl from Orion. However, Ophi seems to reach toward Orion.
Don't worry. It's just getting to know one another.
Roll me for your charm.
It's okay, Ophi. They're fine. It is just Orion.
God, this thing doesn't work. No, it's a 9.
Ophi will do what they are going to do. Roll me roll me charm for Orion.
Oh god. It's like, Orion, please, you listen to me, right, boy? No, it's 11. That's oh wait, allure. That's even less. That's a 10.
Oh, it would have been charm, not allure. My bad.
Okay, okay, that's still 11 then. Holy shit.
As Orion seems to snap at Ophi and seems to grab some of its silken folds in its mouth. It looks back to you as you say, "It's okay, it's okay." It hesitates, but is then engulfed by the cocoon. You see it somewhat fighting for a moment against it. There is a growling. You see for a second the tendril expands by like 5 times. For some reason. However, it is still in there.
You mean the cocoon expand by 5 times?
Yes. After a while, about a minute goes by, Orion ploops out of it.
It's a little scary at first, I do admit, Orion. But you must feel refreshed at least a little bit, right? Surely spending a night or two with Galen wasn't that bad.
You see Obra just looking to it. I can't believe how durable it is. Was able to handle that large expansion, though I guess seeing how big it is, back at the Witch's Manor is a little more understanding. Can it just call upon whatever girth it needs?
I'm not quite sure, but silk, depending on how well woven it is, can be quite durable and very high quality.
Well, they look around. Galen is supposed to be here, isn't he?
He should have been resting for a bit. I'm guessing he's still up in his bedroom. Is he, Orion?
Orion looks up and then looks to you. There is a slight confusion on its face, but it does seem to understand and give a slight confirming nod.
Oh, all right then. I guess he hasn't really left in the last day or so. Hopefully that means he's well rested. Fuck.
Well, shall we check on everything here then? Or do you want to go straight
yes.
into work?
Well, I think there are some leftover fabrics in my room from when I was working. Then there's definitely some in what used to be Gorthos's workshop, and then there's the egg.
Well,
And
let's
then
check in there then first.
Yes, of course.
You guys make your way in here. As you do find that, again, there are different things here in the workshop. You know that you and Charcoal mostly use this now since Gorthos has moved downstairs. The one thing you do notice, however, is there is no egg. The egg seems to have disappeared from over here.
Oh
What's wrong?
no! This is where the egg was.
Refresh my memory. Egg?
Yes, Miss Sierra. She gave me an egg that they found. They were planning on giving it to your mother because your mother really likes eggs, and it was a very big egg. And
yes, I remember you speaking of it. It's some kind of a bird egg.
I think so. We thought it was a rock. We thought it might have been a rock egg. I think that's what they told me it was. And well, we never quite were completely able to confirm there was something inside of it, but we wanted to at least give it a chance, but it's gone.
Well,
Just kind of just looks inside where the egg was.
Looking inside, you note that there are several other things inside. You fell in. You know, there are several other things inside here that has been put here. It seems like there has been some extra things thrown into here, some leathers and things that have usually just been on the table have been rolled up and stuck in here. Someone seems to have moved the egg.
I guess before any sort of worrying, we could... Chefos isn't here, though. I could ask Charcoal. Charcoal was keeping an eye on it as well.
I bet it was those assholes, Gary and Mary. They probably cooked it.
They would never.
It must have been Garf.
They would never.
Those cuckos, they must have went crazy.
All right, maybe if we run into Charcoal, I will ask Miss Charcoal. Here are some of my fabrics. It should be pretty quick to just create just some very simple garments that don't look that don't draw too much attention, but also aren't very too...
Honestly, you could just base things more off of how many people travel this place. A simple leather cloak or hood might be good. We would also probably need to make sure they have some other, I guess, shirt or something, though we could probably find something like that easily enough.
I know Garland's closet does have a couple wares, but...
We could go check on that.
I'm sure he wouldn't mind parting with a couple of them. And then I do have a couple leathers here somewhere. Let's see, I think we had... Did we have any leathers? No, actually, we don't have any leathers here anymore. No, they're all fucking gone. Hold on, did my room have any leathers working? Any leathers? No.
Most
Apple,
of your
no,
things
no.
were moved down here, yes. So probably
Yeah,
not.
okay. No, leathers are gone. Okay. Okay, not much in terms of leathers, but... Well, even just some simple garments can be made with these. Protection-wise, they might not do, but they're a Sheikah, right? They're not even supposed to get hurt in the first place.
Yes. I doubt that there would be any real problems with anything. If there were, then that would be rather rather odd for a Sheikah to be hurt by something just mundane.
Well, it would be a courteous favor to at least show our I mean,
I can't remember words right now.
I want you to know, Polo, as much as all of you are fine with this person, they did attack us.
I know. I know they did.
I do not have any such thoughts of actually keeping them amazingly safe. It is whatever you wish to give them, I will be perfectly fine with.
Well, with this in mind, I know that not many people would be willing to give them any sort of hospitality, and that's not to say that I'm willing to either. But even just the air of hospitality, maybe...
It is one of the reasons why I wanted to come with you, actually. I wanted to make sure that you did not try too hard with this. When it comes to everything, your best work is best kept for those we can trust, and this person has not given us that much. You are all extremely trusting, and I do love you all for it. But it is difficult for me to fully believe everything of this person.
I think it is that sharpness that is what Ronan loves most about you, Miss Oprah.
You cannot turn this on me.
Well, no, I mean that. I am planning to be careful. I mean, of course I also don't want to give anybody my worst work for lack of care. But even if we do not trust them, I guess having them trust us, maybe they'll be less willing to pull the wool over our eyes, so to speak. I guess it is one way of saying that I'm doing this in order to turn it into our favor. Have them like us, even though we do not plan on trusting them. It is rather manipulative. I apologize.
No, it's honestly very comforting to know that you are thinking on it at the very least. All right then.
Besides, I'm planning on packing a lot of fruit with me.
It never ceases to amaze me that sometimes actually works.
It is quite the interesting vice.
Something that I'm sure they would not want to get out too much, but perhaps that in itself is a bit of a comfort.
And if they know that at least somebody knows it, they'll be much less likely to turn on us.
All right, you've convinced me. Do whatever you wish.
And because they are rogue Sheikah wearing red, we will make them something blue. They clearly don't like it.
It would take a little bit longer to make any dyed leathers or anything like that, but you definitely
I have
could.
these.
Oh right,
I have blue fabrics.
You have the fucking.
I'm not giving them my good fabrics. Fuck them.
I mean, these are still pretty good fabrics.
Yeah, but the white one and the black one have effects.
Yeah, those are like the
They're
starry things and the.
Yeah, those are the ones I got. Those are the ones I totally didn't steal from the Zora.
But yes, you attempt to make this. It is relatively easy. Why don't you roll me for your diligence even then, just to see exactly how well these turn out.
Alrighty. Like
not
Charcoal can
amazingly
do a shirt and pants in her sleep. I can't.
With your diligence, that is a 10. You are able to make something relatively quick and relatively still durable enough. It is still going to be clothing, which means it is not going to be restrictive on them.
Yeah.
But
it's like
because of the speed.
One sleeve might be a little longer than the other. It might a hem might have some loose fibers. It's like, oh.
Because of the speed of which you went through this, it is you just need to get him to something to cover himself.
Mm-hmm. If they wish to procure anything nice for themselves, they can do it themselves.
Yeah, they can go buy something or something. I don't know.
They have money, right?
Possibly. Even if they don't, I'm playing. But yes, as you do such a thing, you get your those things settled, those things ready, relatively well enough that you think their proportions would match it as well. It takes you about an hour to do all of the different things you need to do to set things up in this way. As you are doing such, you do find that there is some movement from upstairs. However, no one goes downstairs.
guess he's awake.
Also, they're my boar leathers. They're in Galen's closet. But these are the ones for Vega, so he can't have them anyway.
Yeah. They have fluffies on them.
Yeah, fluffies.
Yeah, you don't want to use that. You don't want to use them fluffies. Use the bear leather.
No, that's going. That these are all for Vega. Those are Vega's leather. That's what I'm using to make his cloak.
Yeah. You make the simple cloak and these simple garments for them.
Yeah.
Upon doing such a thing, would you like to go upstairs?
Yep. She'll get Orion. She'll get Ophi, and she'll make her way upstairs real quick.
Would you like me to take these to our friend?
Yes, if you would be so kind, Miss Obera.
I don't think that rushing you is any help at the moment.
I still try. I still will. I will try not to be too long.
No rush.
What time is it?
It is around, at this point, it is getting into the evening hours.
Getting into the evening.
Yes,
Wow,
it is not actually like afternoon or anything. It's like around like 4 or 5, maybe.
Yeah, it's dusk.
Yeah.
It's duskish.
As you look over toward your three companions, you hear, "Should I leave you alone as well?" They said it was the courteous thing to do.
I mean, if there's anything you wish to do around the home, you know that you are welcome to as well. You're probably
I usually
quite
just
famished.
like staying around you.
I mean, you are to do what you wish.
Yeah.
You all are. Okay? Okay?
They drift over to you and lay on you. It is a little weirder now that they are a full-bodied person, but they do go and lay on
to
you.
watch.
That isn't what they're saying. They just like being with you.
Of course they do.
At all times, every minute of the day.
All right, let's make a quick little fashion upstairs. Come on, Ophi. Come on, Orion.
As all of
Pick
you
up dog.
make your way up, you find
God, she's Mr.
that-
Fluffy Dog.
You find that there is several areas up here that have mostly normal things about them. Marco and Ronan's rooms, as well as the room to Jasna's area, seems fine. Your door seems to have burst open.
Huh?
You're pretty
Wait.
sure that might have been the sound that you heard from Orion earlier.
Orion, were you in my room? But weren't you with Galen?
They look toward the door as you see a small you see a small growl coming from Orion as they look to the door. As you call out for Galen, you go over to the door. The door's not locked.
Hello?
Oh, come on in.
Just everyone comes in.
Oh, I didn't. There's a lot.
Good evening.
Good evening. They will lean.
sir.
They will lean to you and attempt to give smooch.
One moment.
Hmm?
Did you
Oh, you're
lock
making-
Orion in my room?
Locking is a strong word.
Orion?
Orion is not growling at Galen. They are growling at the bed.
The bed?
You see, bundled in the blankets.
That's where it went.
You're leaving me hanging.
Okay.
I'll just be right here.
No, she lets him. That was just that thing of just like the finger up, like, hold on a minute. Okay, no, okay.
That's where it went.
As you lean down, you do find that he just wishes to give you a quick peck, looking over to it as he's like, well, I was trying to make as much of a comfortable area as possible for this little guy, and your dog kept growling at it. I didn't lock him in the room. I just might have brought more of the blankets that had your scent in it and put them onto your bed and make a little bed for him and then close the door.
Ryan, why are you growling at an egg? You've seen it before.
You find as Orion looks to you, seemingly confused, there is another growl as it growls over to it. You see a slight shaking happening in the blankets.
So it was fertilized.
I've been hoping you would get back quick enough. I
do
thought
you
that
think
if
it's
I
going to hatch
thought
soon?
that if I left it up to my absence, that you would get here a lot quicker. But I guess that backfired.
I mean, it's not like I didn't get back because I didn't want to. I almost died.
Unfortunately, I couldn't
Again.
really get over to you in that place.
Understandably so. But
And
don't worry, Earthy helped me.
I didn't really feel that Orion was listening to me whenever I was trying to tell him everything to tell you. He kept on staying right beside of me because you told him to stay with me.
I mean, that is what I said. But it's all right. Everything ended up just fine.
Yes, go
And
back a
now-
second. You said you almost died.
So she's gonna try to quickly, briefly, in a nutshell, describe the events that happened and how she jumped off a bridge and then ended up with Ophi.
It looks behind you. Not it. He looks behind you as if just now noticing Ophi in your shadow. Oh.
Yes.
And they're all okay?
Yes, no, everyone is quite okay. We even found a way to get Jason out of that weird ice with the centipede.
Mm-hmm. At which you said that wasn't entirely them.
No, they were now possessed by the spirit of Link, who is Hosier's older brother, who is also Gorthos' son, who is also several thousands of years old because of the cycle of reincarnation, and Matilda is in the forest and going to be Jason soon, but they are currently still Matilda up until a certain point if we do not go to the forest to retrieve them.
As you're
which is why
speaking,
Gorthos
you
went-
just see a smile going across their face. Well, I'm glad you left enough adventure for me.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean that actually quite literally. I thought that as soon as you guys were done with everything up there, that all we would do is go and speak to my sisters. But it seems like there's still more things for us to do. It's been a while since I
Quite.
got to hang out with everybody.
Quite a bit, yes. I mean, we can't hog all of the fun, after all.
I'm still having a bit of issue with certain magics, but I've been able to keep myself relatively busy trying to do some small things.
And hopefully get rest.
Of course, yes. Rest.
Ignore the bags under his eyes. Ignore the dark circles under his eyes.
You just see him looking off as if he's reminiscing. There is a flashback that only we, the viewers, can see, where there is a dog pressing his hand on him every time he tries to get out of bed, and then turns into a larger dog.
Right.
Honestly,
Every time he barks, he swears he says bed.
honestly, the egg is the egg being what it was a godsend. Anyway, this thing seems as if it is close. I'm not entirely sure what to do other than keep it warm and make sure that a
guess
dog doesn't try to eat it.
You wouldn't eat it, would you, Orion?
Still growling at egg.
Oh. Why are you growling at it? Is it because of what's inside? It should be just a rock chick.
Yeah, apparently it's a rock, right? I mean, that is a monster, but so is he.
But yeah, it's not that different.
Stop being
I
a
mean,
hypocrite.
I mean, I probably wouldn't be able to tame it because it isn't undead like Orion and Ophi are, but I mean, I did say I would get presented to Vega, but Vega's currently in the desert.
More reason for us to go there.
Mm.
I'm sure that with your animal magnetism, you can convey a little bit that you're their aunt instead of their mommy.
Probably. I hope so. It still seems like we have...
That is saying, I mean, I'm pretty connected to this thing now, too. Am I doomed to just be its uncle? It looks at it, looks over at it with like a concerned face, but then smiles at you playfully.
I'm sure it will find a way to understand if it can.
You see another shake happening from the bed.
God, I just wish I had the little Pokemon egg hatching thing. I don't have it.
Do you think it's going to hatch soon?
I believe so. Maybe within the next little while, maybe an hour, maybe a couple. There's a crack on the egg.
Or
now.
Let's stare at it until then.
Do you plan to stare at the egg?
Excited.
That isn't an egg hatch.
That's not the right one.
That's something completely different.
That's not the one.
You can't put the egg in the Pokeball machine.
That's weird. You're being weird.
That's weird and punishable by death. Get him, boys.
Oh. You find that there is a shaking to it. There is eventually a small, almost gargly cry from the egg, as if it is trying to make noise. You also find that while it is going on, while that is happening, more cracks appear upon it until finally something pushes out from the egg. But you see no feathers.
Huh?
As it pushes out from the egg, you see some kind of a membraney wing come out from the egg.
Oh.
Followed by another.
Oh no.
Until...
What the fuck?
Is this a Gleeok? Well, this is a dragon, but did we just get a Gleeok egg?
You find, eventually, sitting out from it, what appears to be a tiny, draconic-like creature coming out from the egg. As it brings itself out, it seems to cough very slightly, let out a very small sneeze, and seemingly look around at everything.
Oh.
It unfurls its wings for the first time and seems to stretch outward.
I imagine it making little sounds like those little baby alligators.
Yeah. Yeah. Little alligator sounds.
Little laser guns.
Yeah.
Little video game laser guns sound.
Oh my goodness.
It begins to look around. Its eyes do seem to stop on the two of you, but then it also looks over toward Orion, which is growling at it.
Orion, stop it.
Orion looks to it, looks back to you, looks back to it. Polo, roll me a d20 with disadvantage.
Oh no. He's gonna attack it. No. Just fucking go and attack. Oh god, it's gonna kill us. 18 and 3.
That is a 3 with that disadvantage.
Yeah, it is.
Polo, you do feel something from this thing. Something that is very strong, but nothing out of the immediate ordinary. It does feel, as you look to it, there is quite a bit of malice sort of feel from this. There is a lot of that monstrous energy that seems to be pulsing out from this creature.
Oh. I think I understand now.
Hmm?
It's It's just a babe, but it is overflowing with malice.
Oh. Maybe it was the kid of something pretty strong then.
Yes, but I don't know what it is. I don't think I've ever encountered such a thing.
I've heard stories of creatures similar to this, but each of them are different. I only see one head here. Kind of reminds me of Vivalgia a little bit. Not Vivalgia. Kind of reminds me of Volcircuit a little bit.
Do you think it is something similar to what he is?
Or at least whatever form he's taking. He is like Gorthos, right? And taking skeletons or stuff.
I think so. I'm not
Something
quite
like
sure.
Is he in his own bones? Is that how that works? Questions for later.
Questions for later.
She's gonna try to like reach out to this little thing.
You reach out to it. It seems to look at you for a moment. It seems to sniff at you. There is a slight growl, but not a aggressive growl. It seems to, again, almost be like a slightly gurgly sound.
You've got a bit of eggshell on you, little one.
You take the eggshell from it. You see that, again, there's a little bit of moisture on the creature. He's still sort of glistening from being in an egg. As you bring it off of him, it seems to look at you. It reaches a little tiny claw out at you as you pull the eggshell from it. And it seems to have little grippers as it grips at you a little. Little grippies.
Yeah,
little grippos.
She'll let it grippy at it. As long as it doesn't hurt.
Kind of grippies at your fingy. But it lets go.
Hello to you too. Oh, what do we name it?
A proper name for our nephew? Niece? Maybe keeping things neutral for the time being.
Something neutral. If only I knew what it was in the first place. It looks somewhat draconic, but that doesn't mean it's a dragon.
Again, and only one head.
Do you know of some with more than one?
Yes, there's a tale back in my town of something known as a gliok, but this does not seem to be something like that. But draconic is something that I would definitely say is about that. The root word being dragon. Didn't actually think they existed, though. Again, until I saw Volcircuit.
Until we can discern what it is, and maybe come up with a better name.
Baby.
Baby?
Baby.
That's it?
Well, until we come up with exactly what we can.
We'll
be babysitting, won't we?
All right. Baby?
Isn't that right, baby? You see him put his finger over at him. There's a slight, more aggressive growl from him. Oh. All right. Take it slow.
He was just born. He might not know yet. Or she. They.
You calm down.
Shut up. At this point, it's just telling the dog to shut up.
Like you do with a real dog.
We should probably help it out of the rest of that eggshell, or maybe see if it comes out on its own.
Well,
Mother
it
would
seemed
say
to
that-
be interested with you. How about you let it grab onto you and I'll try to pull it out from under it?
Yes, sure.
She just holds her hand out for it again. See if it kind of like comes out for her.
It does its little gargle growl. It brings its little gripper out and grabs onto one of your fingers. As you hold it there, it brings its other little gripper out and grabs onto it, allowing you basically to lift it.
And up you go.
As you lift it up, it sort of flaps its wings a bit like ha ha.
Those aren't ready. Those aren't ready yet. Take it slow. Easy now.
Gallon seems
And then
to
just-
move the egg out from under it and seem to set it off to the side.
There we go.
Orion then sniffs at it.
Do you want to eat it, Orion?
Looks at it, looks back to you, shakes head like.
Like dogs are weird. Okay, I saw a dog like freaking just like eat the egg shell and all. fuck you mean don't want to eat? I don't want to. Maybe.
Might. Maybe you have to calm down.
Maybe would.
Up and at 'em.
Well, fun.
Well, now we have a baby. Not how I.
Congratulations.
Not the context I intended to say that sentence with, but
Congratulations, you held it so well.
you helped out. Well,
I'd say we went equal on this, to an extent.
yes, we did.
Do you want to keep playing at each other? It looks like you're getting embarrassed.
Effie, the silk.
There is definitely a seemingly like very slow reaching toward it.
Not. I don't think it needs to be swaddled at this moment, Effie. Just maybe just some silk that you have hanging off of you.
Roll me a lore.
God damn it! It's about to take me with it because it's not taking it. It just got here. Fuck! It's taking me with it.
Ophi swallows the two of you into its cocoon. Gallon jumps at you, not having seen this before, and is also swallowed into the cocoon. As the three of you are cocooned and completely bathed in silk, there is a flapping from little baby. As after a minute has gone by, the three of you are spat out. Baby seems to have calmed down after a little bit of time. It's like, oh, it's nice little silky cocoon bed. As all three of you come out, you are all shiny and new.
And now baby is dry.
Thank you.
Baby
Effie.
is shiny and new.
That's just like as she like picks herself up.
Thank you, Effie. I very much appreciated that.
It knows. It knows you did.
It knows you did. Wink. It knows. Yeah, I'll be here all week.
I'm amazing.
It would flip its hair if it had hair to flip. It flips its silk.
Well, what do you say we go and collect something for baby and maybe, I don't know, see what everyone else thinks? Maybe Gorthos
yes,
actually knows what this thing is.
Yes, of course.
Do you think that
I
now that
was
that
on-
thing's gone, I can make my way over there?
That thing?
That big dangerous thing that it probably was, that the goddesses were worried I was going to jump into.
Oh, the expanse. Oh, yes, no, it's absolutely
Oh,
gone.
is that what it's called?
Yes.
Yeah, they basically said that they were worried I was going to jump right into it, at which point I probably wouldn't have. I mean, who would
You
just
wouldn't.
jump right into something like that?
You wouldn't have jumped into it, would you? What if you have left me all alone and we never saw each other again?
Exactly, I would never do such a thing.
I hope so.
Smiles. Why would I ever do that? That's just silly. Look at you being silly.
You would have probably thought about that after you jumped in, wouldn't you?
Hey, from what you said, the others tried. That's not fair.
I'm not mad. I'm not upset or anything. No, not at all. It'd be very unlike you if you didn't before I said, Galen, no! And then you were just gone.
I would make myself back.
Oh, I'd find you somehow.
As you guys make your way down, you do find that as you're going down, there is a slight stop-off because you see Galen run into the room. You just hear a, hey Mary, hey Gary, and then Galen comes back with a couple of bananas.
Oh yes, thank you. I was actually going to fetch some of these.
I was thinking they might be small enough for him.
We've also obtained another Sheikah.
Another one.
Yeah, but this one we don't really trust immediately because they tried to kill us.
Ah.
And for some reason, Sheikah all have a collective vice.
You are gonna have to explain all of that in a lot more detail than you did before.
Yes, absolutely. Walk and talk?
Yes.
Walk and talk while I grab more fruit.
Let's put this on our babysitter Gorthos. It's so hard being parents.
Already just handing the kid off to anybody else while we have our fun and merriment.
What are
Is that
friends
what
for?
it is now? Oh dear.
You guys would make your way. As you do, make your way off toward the witches con. You do note that Galen seems to be able to go without any problems. Now that there is no longer the scare of the cursed fucking cake and the expanse, and you have tamed the beast of the abyss, there does not seem to be any reason that the goddesses think that
There's
he can't
literally
go.
no reason here that the goddesses can. There's so many reasons the goddesses can stop their bitching.
Squeaky,
Let
you
my
did it.
boyfriend go.
Your machinations laid undetected, and now you have your boyfriend back.
And baby.
And baby.
As you guys make your way there, as you guys look off to the expanse, you look to see Galen is with you. You give a smile. I think that now is the time we're going to be ending things off for the night.
Oh, do you?
Unless
Is that what you think?
Oh, you heard him.
Don't forget.
Cocked gun. Keep
Well-
describing to you.
well, Ronan. Well, Ronan, what should I do?
I have nothing to add. This is the end of the bit.
Okay, good. As you guys make your way there, you guys have several things in hand in which to figure things out about. The others having completed their songs, their hangs out with horses, and their loving sister bonding slash really not wanting to have bad thing happen to each other with. And now that Link has attained their own Jason face model, courtesy of Phantom, I think we're gonna be ending things there for the night. I hope everybody had a good time. You guys until next time. Like always. Later days.
Why?